Hello, welcome to the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. Let's see a short intro video.
Beneath every connection, every transaction flows a network, learning, adapting, evolving. Artificial intelligence emerges within this network, turning information into foresight. Where finance meets intelligence, transformation begins. AI drives faster insights, smarter decisions, a new rhythm for the world of finance. Fintech Athens 4.0. AI, reshaping the future.
I would like to invite Professor Aristidis Amitas, Vice Rector of Finance and Development.
Hello? I think it works now. Welcome. Welcome to the University of Athens, the Rector's House. Welcome all to Fintech Athens 4. Dear President of the Board of Directors of National Bank of Greece, Professor of Finance, Gikas Hardouvelis, dear Member of the Council, Professor of Finance, Dimitris Kenourios, dear Dean of the School of Economics and Political Science, Professor of Accounting, Dr. Iriotis, dear colleagues, dear students, esteemed guests, I'm so happy, I'm so glad to be here with you today on behalf of the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. I welcome you to the opening of Fintech Athens 4. I'm so glad because this is our fourth attempt on this mega event, which is called Fintech Athens. We gathered here at the Propylea, at the headquarters of University of Athens, to begin a dialogue that continues tomorrow at the National Bank of Greece, Megaro Karaja, that we speak to the country's long conversation between knowledge and economic life. Our theme for today is AI in FinTech. Is not other than a slogan that we use that is founded upon which the curricula are being rewritten and business models reimagined and regulatory architectures redesigned. This year's event is the product of a fertile partnership among National Kapodistrian University of Athens and our co-organizers, our partners in Athens FinTech Hub, National Bank of Greece, who shape its content and impact on equal footing. Tomorrow, the National Bank of Greece welcomes the conference to the headquarters of the bank for the second day, underscoring in practice that universities, markets, and public institutions form a shared ecosystem of innovation. A glance at the program that you're already having in your hands reveals not a sequence of panels, but an organic narrative. It begins in the lab and the classroom, where artificial intelligence is renewing how we learn and teach, and moves into the marketplace, the real world, where innovation is tested in real time in both B2B and B2C settings. This progression is international. First, we clarify what it means to educate the innovators. Then, how learning translates into careers. And finally, how technology scales responsibly in practice. It is a chain that links academic rigor to the operational maturity. The same spirit informs our social aims. When we speak of financial literacy powered by AI, we do not threat technology, but we treat as an era, as a new paradox, but as means of inclusion and fully trust. And when we say lifelong learning for all, we do not state a wish, but a duty that we all having into this room, to open pathways for students and professionals, for regions and capitals alike, so that access to the skills and the opportunity to a genuine universal community. Tomorrow, our perspective becomes more industrial. We're going to be invited in the National Bank, lovely building, the Megaron of Karaja. The discussion there will be on the evolving roles of the banks, the payment system and the providers, and fintechs shows that the financial ecosystem is not merely relocating functions, it is seeking new points of a balance between innovation, security, and efficiency. The focus on tourism and hospitality is a distinct Greek case. It demonstrates how fintech solutions address the real world, the challenges from travelers' experience to business liquidity. And when we turn to public sector too, the conversation becomes institutional, how the public sector and Europe accelerate their adoption so that rules protect without stifling innovation. The subsequent emphasis on the resilience of the firms and regulators, on the creative industries, and on startups completes the arc from idea to product, from the sandbox to regulation, and from prototyping to sustainable scale. Allow me now, on a point of a substance at the very end of my talk. Artificial intelligence, as you know very well, does not replace judgment. It doesn't replace, at any case, the critical view. It requires it. The more powerful our models become, the greater our need for explainability, ethics, and accountability. This is not a brake on progress. It is the mechanism that keeps progress more human. Here, the University of Athens, the oldest university in this country, has a dual role: to cultivate frontier skills and then, at the same time, to teach how those skills serve society and how the economy, with transparency and balance, works even better to the new era. I wish to thank you all. I wish to give a big thank to the co-organizers and supporters of their trust and collaboration, and especially National Bank of Greece, the speakers who bringing together international and domestic experience to the same table. In this room, we have people coming from Abu Dhabi, from US, from Europe, all the places, and we're ready to discuss about fintechs. And of course, the organizing team and the volunteers who who have woven this carefully balanced two-day program with a clear footprint. Your collaboration is what makes Fintech Athens a point of reference for our region. From today's gathering to tomorrow's continuation, let us join forces for solutions that leave a real mark. Fintech Athens 4, AI in Fintech, can be the place where words become action, where academic knowledge meets the real world, the market experience, the institutions, and provide with the framework to move forward with transparency, safety, and speed. From the propylaea of University of Athens to Megaro Karadza in the National Bank of Greece, let us turn the ideas of these 2 days into partnerships with timelines, into shared initiatives that can be measured, and into commitments that endure. Thank you so much for being here with us today. Let us start.
We will now invite Chair of Board of Directors, National Bank of Greece, Professor of Finance, Gikas Hardouvelis.
Honorable Vice Rector, dear Dean, dear professors, on behalf of the National Bank of Greece, it is a great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th Annual Conference on Fintech, the Fintech Athens 4.0, Artificial Intelligence in Fintech. And I am pleased to declare the opening of the conference proceedings. The conference is an initiative of the Greek Fintech Hub and offers the opportunity to brainstorm on issues of the fintech industry. It aims to bring together European and international fintech stakeholders, facilitating dialogue, interaction, and networking. The purpose is to form a strong network of institutional and scale-up startuppers, help them identify common objectives, and promote partnerships and synergies. This year, the focus is on artificial intelligence in fintech, how AI is transforming the future of fintech and is reshaping industries worldwide. We have 12 thought-provoking panels which will examine how AI is driving change across finance, payments, education, and the wider economy. The speakers have diverse backgrounds and wide experiences about the European Union, the Southeastern Europe, and the Middle Eastern region. And the speakers themselves come from these areas as well. The Greek Fintech Hub is a key initiative for fintech in Greece and the Southeastern European region. The Hub is working on several initiatives with the aim of promoting fintech entrepreneurship, facilitating financing of innovative businesses, linking fintech stakeholders to research carried out at our universities and our research centers, and raising awareness for key fintech networks and initiatives abroad. More specifically, the Greek Fintech Hub helps entrepreneurs raise financing through fundraising meetups, works in tandem with the European Crowd Dialogue Initiative, organizes special fintech workshops and boot camps with the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, this university where we are today, and with the Athens University of Economics and Business. It's nearby, about half a kilometer away. and keeps people up to date through monthly FinTech talks. It's interesting. In fact, from September 2021 until this October, until today, we have organized 25 FinTech talks with established and renowned Greek and international speakers who covered the full range of FinTech topics, from research to cryptocurrencies. I'm not a fan of cryptocurrencies, but anyway, we heard it. Tourism, or the creative industries. I should also mention that we are very happy to collaborate for one more year with two specific Greek startups. The first one is Clio Muse Tours, which organizes a guided tour to the University of Athens premises, and it will do it right after the end of today's sessions. And the second one, the second startup, is called Welcome Pickups. It facilitates the welcoming and transport of our international speakers. We thank them both for their assistance and help and praise their efficiency and great work. And I'll be brief. I'm not going to keep you too long. Finally, I would like to thank all the stakeholders that worked in making the current initiative become a prominent part of the Greek FinTech universe, specifically Endeavor Greece, with which we've worked closely since its inception, the National Kapodistrian University of Athens, today's host, which also hosts the monthly FinTech talks I told you earlier, the Athens University of Economics and Business, which hosted the FinTech boot camps, the Onassis Foundation for the visual design of our brand and for hosting the creative industries-related events, the Hellenic Chamber of Hotels. We do have a representative of the hotels today from KOS, I found out, okay, for their hospitality to our speakers and for organizing the speakers' dinner. And we should not forget the European Commission and the Crowd Dialogue Initiative, with which we've also worked side by side. I welcome you all to the conference, and I welcome this important gathering of forces in an area of innovation that is at the forefront of our interest as banking institutions, and I dare say is a priority for the Greek economy. Thank you for your presence today, and I wish you enjoy the conference.
Let's see another video about FinTech Athens' short history. Let's start with the first panel, entitled Educating the Innovators, How AI in FinTech Education is Changing the Game. The moderator will be Professor Katharina Kruger from HTW Berlin. The panelists will be Professor Nikos Daskalakis from Padion University, Professor Hussein Jahansou from University of Manchester, Professor Kimon Drakopoulos, Associate Professor, Data Sciences and Operations, and Executive Advisor, AI and Innovation from PwC Greece, Professor Georgios Samakovitis, University of Greenwich, UK.
So, good afternoon, ladies. No, not good afternoon. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy being here, and I would like to welcome my panelists because we have a very interesting topic to talk about, and I would like to kick off instantly the discussion because the big theme we are talking about is what does it mean, AI in fintech education? And yeah, let me start with you, George. What does that mean to you?
We need one of these. Thanks very much. Thank you, Katerina. Well, just for start, there are numerous definitions about what we mean by AI, what we mean by fintech, what we mean by innovation. I'll start with innovation and the role of the innovators to begin with, and I would say, well, innovation, if we want to use a broad definition of it, is a mutual adaptation of technology in an organization. So in that way, innovators are the ones who support, who afford, who facilitate to that development. And innovators may be, because we're speaking about innovation and about education in fintech, they are also the ones, the young minds who aspire through education, through training to to develop that innovation capability. When we talk about AI in fintech innovation, we are using a dual role for AI. We're using the role of AI as a tool for education, for fintech, and we're using it as an outcome. So you have AI in fintech. And there is a number of things that one may notice about each one of these. So before getting into, unpacking, if you like, the use of AI for, the use of AI, especially generative AI for informing for accessing the knowledge base, I'd like to just briefly refer to the of AI as an outcome in fintech. And AI has been, it's been there for a long time. We know that the finance industry is the second biggest consumer of technology after the military. We have, in a way, mastered AI in finance through, through machine learning techniques for predicting markets and so on. We are not there yet in terms of, and that's one of the main frustrations in education, when we're referring to areas which are closer to my research and to my heart, those of anti-money laundering, financial crime, compliance, and so on. And there are good reasons for that. So the bit that we're talking about, this transfer from the lab, if you like, to practice, is one that is contested on account of the absence of real data. So in a way, it's data that creates, if you like, this obstacle. And of course, we're closer with AI to bring that, back to bear through developments in synthetic data and in, further federated learning techniques and so on. So that's the bit that relates to,
Thank you.
First part.
Thank you so much for this. Kimon, I'd like to ask you, because you not only are a professor, but you are also consultant, and maybe you can also add your kind of definition in regard to what we are talking about.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you for the invitation. So throughout my career, I have been pretty privileged to have looked at AI from like 4-ish different angles. As a researcher, I was thinking about AI as a tool from its inception. I started working in AI 2009, so I have seen the whole transformation, and that was a great way to talk about AI as a tool. As an educator, I started from scratch an AI program, the first in the world, I think. So I have been thinking about the education of AI a lot, with applications in different business disciplines, including finance. When I served in the National AI Committee, I have thought about the regulator's point of view or the government's point of view with respect to AI. And now that I'm advising PwC in Greece, I'm thinking about like the actual applications and the disruption that's coming through AI. So we can define AI in many different ways, thinking about technology, tools. In my mind, because I've seen this whole ecosystem around AI, I think of it as a force. So it's a very disruptive force and with a huge societal footprint. So thinking about only applications of AI, I think it's a risky way of thinking about this. We should look at it more holistically.
Thank you so much. Hussein, risky AI, what is your kind of definition? Can you tell us a bit more? How do you see this fintech education and AI?
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for having me here today. Risky AI, do you mean like the trust in AI issue? So if I want to go back to answer the first question regarding using the AI in education, what I do, I mainly use it to customize teaching and learning experience for my students. It allows me to, or technically it allows my students to have a customized, personalized learning experience regarding what they want to learn, how they want to learn it in the way that is easier for them to learn the topic and the subjects that I teach them. Regarding the trust in the AI situation, if that's the second part of the question, that's a bit of a tricky one. The thing is, if you remember regarding the blockchain at the very beginning, which we talked about, people didn't know how it works, and there was not much of a trust in it. However, it's not really comparable because blockchain is more transparent. You can see what exactly happens here. In the AI, the issue that we have is accountability and transparency. The question is, so okay, something goes wrong with the AI. Who is going to be responsible? Is it the organization that designed it? Is it the firm that has designed the AI? Is it the data that is used for training of it, which brings also the bias in the AI? Or is it going to be how we are going to govern it? So there are lots of parts of it that we need to answer.
We will try to cover them. And Nikos, just give us your impression. What is that about when we're talking AI and fintech education? What is your kind of definition, please?
So I would like to focus on the approach of how we can use educational AI tools to actually rethink and reshape the way we're delivering lectures. So I had the opportunity in one of my past modules to actually create a constrained chatbot where I feed it with my educational material into a voice-generating chatbot. And then I asked my students, that's there, 24/7. You can just log in the platform and then use it by asking questions. And I did that for a course about blockchain and cryptocurrency and so on that I have. So I have to confess that I was expecting a bit more interaction with the chatbot. And I realized that my students who are young students, are not yet educated how to use these new AI tools into being educated by this kind of new tools. For example, just one example would be, that was a voice chatbot. So students couldn't realize that when you're using a voice chatbot, you have to have no noise, no background noise, because the software is not going to catch what you're going to say. So they kept asking the same question. The chatbot, wasn't able to understand what it was being asked. So you have to cultivate this new experience for students. And this was a learning curve for me as well, because we as educators, we have to learn how our students are actually interacting with using these new tools. I can elaborate a bit further on that later, but for the beginning, you can see the approach of AI educational tools while also teaching fintech. That was my contribution.
Thank you so much, and that brings me back to what you said. You said there is a dual kind of approach. Can you tell us a little bit more about this in terms of how to use the tools and how to train?
Okay, I'm just going to go back to what Nikos was saying. Just stepping back also to the discussion about trust. There is a definition of trust that I'm very, very fond of. It comes from Rachel Bozeman. Rachel Bozeman defines trust as a confident relationship with the unknown. So in that sense, and I really like it, it's very fitting to generative AI. And if we place, if you like, in the unknown, the behavior, which is unknown, of agentic agents, be it in education, be it in banking, be it in general sides, it's about developing and establishing that confident relationship. Now, I thought that would be useful for the continuation of the conversation. And I think that, well, we know that like every other tool, when we're using it in education, generative AI is something that is going to be used. The way I approach it, and I'm teaching at the postgraduate level in the School of Computing and Maths, and I'm teaching blockchain for fintech and anti-money laundering technologies. And the way that I address that with my students is I let them freely use it, but making always the point that what you are being the outcome of your training is not the content of the report, is the critical analysis and the skills that you need to develop. So in a way, this access to a broader knowledge base and the fact that it provides much more structured information creates even more a demand for even more effort on our behalf as educators and on the learners' behalf as trainees to understand more about what this information means, this novel type of structured information means for them. So in summary, I would say we need to provide free access on the one hand, encourage the use of AI tools for learning, but provide a methodological approach, a framework to allow the learners to use them in a much more efficient way than simply regurgitating what the machine spits out, what large language models tell us.
So new kind of skills are required.
Yes, and that's a good point. It's new kind of skills for educators and I would not call them new skills. It's about a rewiring of the skill acquisition technique for a learner to make best use of the tools, because we always have to bear in mind we do have the tendency to, and I apologize for maybe monopolizing that to generative AI, but this is what AI looks like when we're talking about the tool. We will tend to anthropomorphize in the sense that this is our new expert, and there's a lot of work now being done with multi-agent environments where chatbots talk to each other and they train each other and therefore create a better knowledge base. But the skill to use them is different. It's not more acute, is fundamentally different, and that is what I think this is where education needs to focus.
Thank you. That means I would like to hear more from you two guys about how to use this and how to educate the students. So Nikos, as you already mentioned, you have made your first experience. Please share a bit more of your insights and help especially not only the students, but also us as educators, how to do it better, that at the end of the day, the students can benefit from this.
Yeah, so I think what I'm going to say is also related to the trust issue, because after running this voice chatbot, I also ran a feedback questionnaire, feedback survey to my students, just to, to assess how it went for them from their perspective. So it turned out I also asked my students that had not used it to tell me why they hadn't. So the number one question was that I don't need it. What I have already is fine with me. in this perspective, this showed me that, you don't know what you perhaps missing if you just don't start interacting, because there's no way you don't have any questions regarding education material. You're here to study, okay? So if you just start interacting, start having this experience, then it will come, it will be like a loop, You just go back again and again, and you enhance your educational process. So from what I understand from this little experiment of mine is that we have to navigate our students how to use these new AI tools, and we also have to learn why they're not using it, if they are not using it, how to use them best. And it's, again, a new educational process that it has just started unfolding. And from what I hear, for example, is that the chatbots, the educational chatbots that you've got now are more passive, so they just wait. But I hear that companies are experimenting with creating more, energetic, let's say, chatbots, so that they start the educational process. So they start asking the students, questions, so that they navigate their educational process according to their needs. What I'm trying to say is that we are at the beginning of a very interesting era on how we, as educators, can use these tools in order to, to enhance our educational, let's say, delivery, concept and so on.
Yes, thank you so much. And also, Hussein, you mentioned some...
Thank you. Yeah, I add on what George mentioned. So I run a final year project module, and what I did this year was I asked my students specifically to go and use AI models or large language models. I'm not going to go to branding. Each of them have their own advantages and disadvantages. But I did encourage them to use them for idea development, for writing data, for finding data sources. I give you one example. One of my students wanted to work on the impact of turbulence on a flight when in a CEO's decision making. The idea was very simple. There are lots of studies that shows the music that you listen affects your behavior like traders, or the culture of traders affects their trading behavior. So we had a simple idea of what will happen if you're on a bumpy flight and you land in London. Would it affect your decision making? We are not meteorologists, so we didn't know even where to find the data. So obviously one of these models told us, this is how you find the data, this is how you find the turbulence, this is how you find the flight data, and you see whether the plane was in the path of this turbulence or a storm or not. So, and by using these, I can completely see the level of improvement that our projects and the way that our students are learning. I can completely see the difference between this year and the previous years. So if it is used correctly, again, I'm not saying everything that they give you is correct. There is still the problem of hallucination. Yeah, they can give you good ideas sometimes because they are much faster than us in reviewing everything. But for analysis, I still don't trust them. For writing, I still don't trust them. Yeah, they are good in polishing your writing, but if you want to tell them to write an analysis for you, you have definitely seen there are cases in the US that lawyers use it and they invent case laws and everything. But I think if it is used correctly, it can just improve our experience and our students' experience in learning and speed it up. So something that would take forever to do previously, now we can do it much faster.
Thank you so much, and that brings me to the question, is AI just good in terms of how to enhance education from the perspective of educators? Or, and Kimon, that's the question I would like to ask you. Aren't the innovators the one who are going to teach us as educators how to deal with specific things?
Yeah, thank you. That's a great question. And living and teaching in Los Angeles at the University of Southern California, I am right next to the Silicon Valley. So, you know, my students every other week, they call me, they say, oh, I have this offer from this startup, and like they're giving me this six-figure salary, and they are just on their second semester. So, you know, we have an existential crisis happening in higher education, exactly because innovation and startups and outside academia research activity is attracting talent and students. So, but the way that I'm thinking about this is we shouldn't separate the two. I feel that throughout the years, innovation and academia, like industry and academia, have a symbiotic relationship that we should just embrace, right? And I don't think it's one way or the other. And as an example, I did my PhD at MIT, and MIT, for those who have visited, doesn't really have a campus. It's buildings in a city, in Cambridge. And you cannot tell between the MIT building and the biotech building next door. And there is effectively open access between both. And that's kind of symbolizing the fact that, you know, we need to be educated from innovators, right? And we need to educate them so they have their fundamentals right. Now, clearly that's creating a tension between academia and industry and innovation. And where is the tension coming from? That we have to change as academics the way we do business and the way we deliver education, right? We need to become way more flexible and way more embrace more new delivery models. So, you know, in summary, I feel that, you know, the good old-fashioned 4-year undergraduate degree, 2-year master's, and then 5 years for a PhD, it's not going to last any longer. So we need to have this constant exchange with the real world.
Thank you. George, how much have you learned from your students? Because they are, you know, very much more or often deeper in the field from a different kind of angle.
Yeah. Well, I would say a lot. Learning a lot from my students. I wanted to, I'll answer your question and then go back to a very interesting point that Kimon made about how the two, you know, how we bridge the rift. That's the term I would use. Well, first, I learn a lot because many of them come from industry with, you know, that industry perspective, and that's extremely useful. It's not, I think, it's just on the back of what we're all talking about here. Education is changing, and it has to change in a way precisely, well, for all sorts of different reasons. And the model of, you know, the traditional model of, you know, 4 years university, 3 years a PhD, and, you know, and a jump to industry may not necessarily work in the same way as it used to work before. You have a lot more, you know, to share now between knowledge and industry expertise and academic expertise. The point I wanted to go back to what was Kimon was saying, that, you know, the rift, the disparity between the higher education, universities, and industry, which is more, you know, acutely visible in places like, you know, Silicon Valley, is, well, systematically the two, the universities and industry, have first different goals and different reward mechanisms. We as academics are being rewarded for different things than the ones that the industry rewards its, you know, innovators. And there is a lot more, you know, the cycle, if you like, of education now, it's much shorter, and we see that in, you know, in research funding, in industry funding. For instance, in the UK, there is the Innovate UK that funds KTPs, the knowledge transfer partnerships between universities and industry. And you can immediately sense that when it comes to new technologies which are adjacent or related to generative AI, language models, and so on, the duration of the projects that go through are much shorter. And Innovate UK is making the, you know, a similar move towards funding shorter projects. That kind of, you know, gives, because that's, you know, one of the vehicles for bringing the two together. I mean, I can talk forever about how you know, how this relationship, especially through funding and through knowledge exchange between the two, because it is an exchange, in my view, can work, but that's maybe a conversation for a different time.
They do that. Thank you so much. Nikos, I'd like to know, because you've made experience, and are we still teaching finance with AI, or is it more like we start teaching AI with finance? What would you say?
So, yeah, I wish I had a crystal ball to see what was going to happen in the future, but I think that as years go by, we as educators, we have to adapt on what the technology brings us in order to just improve what we're doing. I don't think that's our role as, in the human interaction, because if you see a student that doesn't understand what you're saying, you can help them, okay? So that is something that is, I would assume it would be much more difficult for a chatbot to do. So I think that at the end of the day, we will also adapt to these new tools that technology is offering to us, and it will just improve our work in educating innovators or simple students, to learn in a better way. So again, it's how we adapt to these new tools. That's what I would say.
Okay. Oh, come on.
Yeah, I just want to make a very small comment because I happened to think about this dilemma 4 years ago. So in 2021, I was designing this new undergraduate degree that has been running for 3 years. And the instinct of the business school was, let's do the traditional curriculum for everything, like finance, accounting, ops, everything. And let's add a little bit of AI on everything, which is approach number one. And through a lot of negotiation, I made the executive call to completely flip it and say that, you won't be exposed to business concept until you understand the fundamentals of analytical thinking, systemic thinking. Because I think AI is an opportunity to completely rethink everything from theory to the way business is done. And now that I have the first cohort graduating from the program, I'm really glad. And the school is very glad that we made this executive call. So this is a data point.
It's not the question about that the lab wins. It's more like we have to have the lecture hall as well as the labs.
Correct.
Thank you.
So just add something to what you both mentioned. There is an argument nowadays that fintech is dead. It sounds very clickbaity, but the argument is very valid. So there was a time that there were many people, fintech is the future, everything is fintech, fintech, fintech. But nowadays, the argument goes like this, that whatever you do in every aspect of finance, it is technically fintech. There is an element of technology. You cannot really separate any element of finance from fintech. Obviously, I don't have a crystal ball in front of me, otherwise I would have been a billionaire. But what I think is that the AI aspect would be similar. We are technically at the same earlier stages that we were with the financial technology wave and adoption. Now we are kind of doing the same thing. So maybe if it goes like that in 15 years' time, we cannot say that AI and fintech and finance are really separate things. It would become like the technology element of finance, which is a technology element, but a different aspect. So in my opinion, maybe in 10, 15 years' time, we wouldn't say, how do we use it in finance? We would be just like, this is another element of it that becomes so incorporated in it that we wouldn't even really mention it as a separate entity. So in order to be prepared for that, like the beginning of the financial technology, what we need to do is to have proper education, like the program that we have in this university, have proper education, prepare our future directors, managers, or students for this industry to know how it works, how to use it in their work, how to implement it.
Thank you. This brings me to another point which I believe is very important to address. I do not know how much you are aware of what an LLM model is trained, or how it is trained and how it is used, what is the outcome and so on. So I do have my difficulties in trusting what an AI model is telling me. As we already have heard, we need to use our brains to always check what is the outcome. But the trust, I think, is a very important term to talk about. How can we trust the outcome? Because how do you trust?
Yeah, this trust deficit is something that is there. So we all know, that AI, for example, can actually bring back hallucinations regarding, regarding the output. So there is a trust issue there. I think that, as years go by, this technology is going to improve, and we will be expecting to see this being tackled away. But again, I think that we are just starting to see the benefits that we anticipate that these technologies is going to bring horizontally in so many professions and in fintech as well. What I'm trying to say is that it took Bitcoin for 3 to 4 years to develop trust on using that as a payment system. You need some time in order to see how the technology is actually behaving. So we should give a bit more time, I guess, I understand, to start developing trust. And improving the systems will also, create a loop of creating more trust and so on. It's up to us to see how we're going to use this new technology, which is going to be improved as far as I understand regarding, I'm not an IT guy, but I understand this whole process. So trust is being built, I think, and we need some more time to see, to see out of this haze that we can't really see now.
Thank you. Kimon, can institutions like, for instance, a central bank or regulators help to build this trust? If so, how can they do it?
Thank you. I'll quickly address, I'll take the opportunity to address the previous points. And I want to add a dimension in the conversation that right now, because it's hot, everyone calls everything AI. But AI essentially is comprised of good old-fashioned machine learning, very task-specific tools that I don't see a reason not to trust if people can interpret them correctly, right? We have developed decades of work on evaluating these models that are very task-specific. Now, there is this second generation of AI, generative AI, or I would call it general-purpose tools that we have all been surprised by. Some of us got surprised earlier, some later, but we are all surprised by, and that's where the hallucination problem comes in. But I think it's unfair to talk at this point about trust because this is effectively a 4-year-old technology, and we are comparing it with human processes of checks and balances that have been developed over hundreds of years. So I think the answer to trust, and I will connect it to your question, is through governance. Now, governance has a very technical definition, which is called literally AI governance, which is frameworks and tools to check and correct and reinforce good behavior in generative models. So that's institution agnostic. That's a set of tools that allow us to do these checks. And now there is the actual governance and regulation, the way we think about this. And when we were in the National AI Committee a few years back, we were talking about the role of government a lot. It was a time where AI Act was being developed, and we had this, you talked about this too, this tension between innovation and overregulation. So now I'll speak as Kimon. That's not the committee's point of view, that's my point of view. I feel that regulation is great, and the regulators should give the principles and some basic rules that developers and practitioners should follow. But now that I'm working in the real world too, and I'm advising PwC, I see that in the end of the day, these are very hard to enforce, right? It's very hard to check models for bias. There are toolkits, but they really don't check everything. So it boils down to the company and the developer, including like the company that I'm working with right now, that you need to have the ethic and understand that if you play the long game, trust will come from interpretability, explainability, ethics. So my point is the regulators and the central banks and the government's role is to upskill and create awareness, and the request for all these good properties of AI should come and will come from the ground up. It's not traditional regulation because it's just not enforceable.
Oh, it's a complete new field, and traditional regulation will probably not work.
Exactly.
George, I'd like to ask you, how do we prevent a generation of fintech professionals trained to optimize algorithm, but not to question the societal impacts? So if we train the youth, they become professionals in terms of using AI in fintech and so on. And they work with the algorithms, how can we assure that they are doing it in an ethically correct way?
Ethically correct way or in the correct way? because they're two, well,
oh, please
two
distinguish.
overlapping.
Please highlight.
Let's tease that out. Right. So, if we are, I mean, I was listening with interest to all that my colleagues said, and you know, in the matter of trust, you know, there is that old Russian proverb that was later popularized by Ronald Reagan, which goes, trust but verify. So, and that is the case, you know, behind governance, behind AI governance, behind ESG, and, you know, all the, you know, regulatory frameworks that need to look into that. Now, on that principle, I think this is where we have to do. This is the same principle that we should stick with when we're talking about learners training or innovators training, and how do we know that that they're correctly using the tools, the toolkit that is available to them. And I think that, well, as I said, it goes back to that approach of allowing learners access to the tools, you know, future innovators or professionals, full access to, you know, to the tools that they can use to, you know, develop, you know, that new knowledge. But this has to happen within the guardrails, within the framework, that, you know, through which they're going to be taught on how to do that, in the sense of developing, you know, the new skills that are, or the rewired, as I call them, skills that they need to, you know, to deliver, that they need to sustain. There is no way, there is no full trust system, fully trusted system. There is no way that we can, you know, use these, we can allow the usage of these tools to a particular end 100%. There will always have to be a vetting, and there will always have to be, you know, more of a decentralized governance model, is the way that I tend to think of it, in a more, you know, pragmatic terms.
Thank you so much. When it comes to, and I look at the time, we're almost close to our end, I would like to talk about the pros and the cons of AI in fintech education. And maybe, Hussein, I'd like to start with you. What do you see are the pros? Where are the risks? So where are the cons?
Okay, that's a difficult question. It depends. Some pros or cons from different perspectives. Some cons or pros from different perspectives. But let me go to the some very specific case of finance, like credit and loans. So the problem with AI models, as Kimon mentioned, they are technically machine learning models that, you know, we are just using a general term for them. So whatever we train them on, they become, they make their decision, and they behave like that. So the problem is, going back and mix it a bit with the previous question, there would be a bias, as Kimon mentioned, in the model. So how would you address the bias? So this would be one of the cons, because you want it or not, it's shown that certain groups have, usually when they go to apply for the same loan or same mortgage, they get better rate, or they are accepted and the other ones are not accepted, purely based on bias. If you remove the personal data, you have seen in many of the CVs, when they remove the personal data, the hiring rate completely changes. So how do we address this? That is the con of it. But obviously the pro would be the speed, efficiency to some extent, but the problem goes back again to how do we want to remove some of these problems, like the trust. You talked about the trust. So if one of the cons is the trust, how do you want to trust something that you don't exactly know how it thinks, you don't exactly know how it works, and what it is trained on? The problem is, I don't know if you remember, I'm not going to go, because we're very public, I'm not going to go exactly what happened, Google it. Microsoft released the Twitter chatbot a while ago. In less than half a day, it went to, you know, it did something that they had to completely shut it down. So this chatbot was one of the first generations of this kind of learning, learned from the people how to behave, and in half an hour, half a day, literally managed to insult everything and everyone. So the problem is, how can we govern that to be sure that these problems are not going to happen? if we are going to use these AI tools and these AI machines, we are technically telling private companies, go and govern yourself. And as we know, it always have worked perfectly.
Thank you. Nikos, from the perspective of educators, how do you see, or what kind of future is in front of us? Is it far easier now to educate students while using AI tools, for instance, in fintech? What is your...
When Hussein was, saying what he had to say, it came to my mind, 2 months ago we had Professor Pissaridis here, right? And he gave, Nobelist professor, he gave a speech regarding how AI would change the labor market. So, and his conclusions were that, it's the first time that they can see technology that is actually questioning the availability of mid and high level jobs, which I think it also includes ours. So, but then he said that, again, we don't yet know what he said. What was very interesting was that for the time being, more jobs are being created because of AI than, are being cancelled because of it. So let's just, we have to wait and see. So regarding how AI educational tools is going to change the way we are doing, we are offering our services to the community, to the society, is that, again, I think you've got the challenges of change management that we have to endure, we have to be educated on how to use these tools. As I said before as well, it was a surprise for me as well to see, how the students are actually responding to this new tool. So we have, as educators, to adapt. We have to spend some time to create a good tool, because what I forgot to say is that when you're creating this kind of tools, you're also prompting, you have to set the context in which the chatbot is going to operate. So there are a lot of things for us as educators to learn by using these tools, but I don't think that we have something to be afraid of, how to use them.
Thank you. So we don't have to be afraid.
Sorry, just to make a bit of an engagement with the audience regarding the trust and the bias in the data, I tell my students this. I say, if you can do this, I will give you 10% mark for free. Thankfully, none of them are here. At least this worked till 6 months ago. Try to go to any of the AI models that you know and tell them to design a watch that shows the time 7:23. So the dials show 7:23. Doesn't matter how many tries you do, it always shows you 10 past 10, because when you Google a watch, it always shows 10 past 10, because that's the best position of the dials that you can see the brand, the date, and everything. So just try it by yourself, and imagine such a model that thinks like this is something that is or will or is making a lot of decision about some aspects of our lives. And we want to put our trust in it. So that is one of the biggest problems.
Thank you. One of the biggest problems. Kimon, what else can you add? Are there problems, or is it all good?
I think you caught my vibe. I'm an optimist with respect to AI for sure, but definitely not all good. I'm going to stick with education, not go broader. So the two issues that I'm seeing, as you said, I'm not worried about errors and hallucinations too much. As a technical person, I'm pretty confident that we can fix these. So the two problems that I'm noticing in my students are over-reliance, which is what? So we are developing all these tools in the classroom, outside the classroom, to deliver knowledge, deliver information in a personalized way, in a very digestible way. And then we realize that the following problem happens. The moment you shut it down, people don't know what to do with new concepts. So our students are losing the ability to learn in the absence of these tools. This is a very well-documented problem. There is a PNAS paper out recently that says exactly this. And the second concern that I'm having, which is kind of opposite to what Nikos is observing, is the labor market. This is something that worries me a lot. And we are already seeing the impact, like both our MBA degree that has traditionally had like 100% placement rate, it's dropping. And surprisingly to everyone, the computer science graduates are also having issues getting a job. Exactly because at this point, you wouldn't hire a coder, right? You want to get a senior architect who can monitor the output of AI 100% every day, and the market value of senior people increases because of AI. But entry-level CS jobs are struggling, at least in the US. I think in Greece it will take a few years because of the momentum that has been built over the past few years. But I think over-reliance and labor market are my top two concerns.
Thank you so much, George. Anything else to add?
Yes,
Hopefully a good note.
Yeah, okay. Most of my points were covered, but let me give it another shot. I mean, just on the back of what Kimon said, it's very interesting because we had a conversation with people from industry in London, and we were discussing precisely that the fact that entry-level jobs are suffering and everybody's looking for senior architects and senior engineers, but what we're forgetting is that these people were once junior engineers. So this over-reliance, to the benefit of, the cost-cutting process and all that, we may be shooting ourselves on the foot. On the other hand, through that retraining or rewiring, I will keep using that word, rewiring of training, education, lifelong learning, along the lines of what these tools can do for us, and they can do a lot, admittedly, we can recalibrate our approach to educating, the public, not only innovators, not only, young and aspiring minds, our students, but also, the public in terms of what are the suitable, the acceptable uses of AI, and a lot of this discussion comes with guardrails, comes to reference with guardrails, to reference with, ethical use, and understand appreciation of where are the limits between this effectiveness and the the education value of of the use of these tools.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now this first session comes to an end, but before we end, I would like to invite at least one or two of the audience. Are there any questions you'd like to ask one of the panelists? Please.
Thank you very much, Chair, for giving me the floor. And I would like to congratulate the panel for this very, very interesting presentation, which is really food for thought for us. And I just want to make 2 points. First of all, take into account the importance of AI, and that it is the subject of this conference. I just want to say that I see that in 2 sides. One side is the market. When I would say the market, I mean any kind, not only economic, social, whatever. And the fact that the AI is being adopted, and is adopted at a faster rate as compared to education, because you know how companies function and they need AI. And coming now to AI for educational purposes, which is a very, very interesting presentation here. And I tend to agree with Professor Drakopoulos mentioned before that we have to rethink in terms of AI and integrate AI from the whole beginning. That's my opinion, listening to you, all of you. I see the huge work that is going to take place in the future in order to rethink the educational process. What knowledge to keep still there and what to go away because of AI, and in general have a new process, educational process, and knowledge production and reproduction, because at some stage AI is going to be there. It's not going to be number one subject in terms of how we discuss it now, and then this kind of knowledge functioning is going to take place with AI. And I see all of you as pioneers, allow me to say that, because every one of you is trying the tools of AI into his own and her own education, but at some stage this has to expand everywhere and have a methodology of AI utilization for education. So there is a long work to be done, and you are the ones to, I admire you for doing this job, which is going to be very useful in the future for the universities and in general for education. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I think with this nice ending, we are stopping our panel. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you to my panelists.
I would like to ask Professor Aristidis Amitas, Vice Rector of Finance and Development, as he will be the moderator in a panel about the learning revolution, empowering careers in AI and FinTech. The panelists will be Professor Dimitris Gounopoulos, Professor Dimitris Kenourios, and Professor Dionysis Xenakis, all from National and Kapodistrian University, and Professor Panos Xidonas from ESCA Grand École of France, Chairman of the Investment Committee, National Social Security Fund of Greece.
Hello, everybody. Welcome again. This is the second panel of today. I'm so glad for having you here in the Rector's House. Again, my problem is that I don't like sitting. Everybody was asking me to sit there, but I won't. I stay standing because I like to see my students here. I want to see you, and I want to ask these guys a few things and make it more live. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Kenourios. He's a professor of finance, a member of our council. And then Professor Dimitrios Gounopoulos, he is the chair of Department of Informatics in the University of Athens, a great department, which is in long extended collaboration with finance and economics. And this is what we try to research today and see whether these two disciplines, finance and informatics, technology, can work together. And then we have Professor Xenakis from University of Athens as well. He's a young guy, very good looking, and I'm wondering if he has some kind of answers in my questions about AI and technology today. And last but not least, we have Panos Xidonas the Great. He's a professor of finance, School of Business in France, and he is here with us in order to give some kind of answers in my dreams. What I'm dreaming is making FinTech Athens big, making FinTech as a discipline very widely extended to all universities, and the FinTech ecosystem bright. And I want to make Athens a FinTech hub. And this is very important for us. That's why we are here. And we work universities doing research and the industry, not only the banks, but FinTech companies in order to do so. So guys, thank you so much for being here with me today. And I'm always prepared, and I have my notes here to make it easier. So I'd like to ask from, I would start from Professor Dimitrios Gounopoulos. Dimitri, I know that you are doing research for a long time about all this stuff. And as artificial intelligence and computational system, reshape the modern economy, things are changing rapidly. How can we ensure that this learning revolution remains truly human? Do you really believe into that?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the invitation and for the great question. I have to say that I'm not a FinTech person, so I'm just an outsider, but I have some experience with machine learning and AI. I mean, I wrote my first paper in '95 in machine learning, so it's like 30 years ago, so I've seen a lot of cycles and changes and so on. So your question, I mean, what is, how to keep this human, it's central right now to everyone who is involved in AI. And you generally get two kinds of answers to this kind of question, right? One answer is that we're seeing another set of tools sort of being developed. And this has happened before. I mean, in the 90s, for example, there was the office, right? Every industry, every company, they had to digitize what they were doing, right? And use the office. And the advantage there was not in terms of productivity. It's not that you could do things faster. It's just using the office actually allowed you to do new things and also locked you in a new ecosystem. So if you were not there, you couldn't compete. So basically, it was like a life or death thing. Either you used it or you die. And definitely that is the situation today with AI. Either companies will use AI or they will not be able to compete. So in that sense, we're just seeing another set of tools. And on the other hand, I mean, if you as I've been in this area a long time, the way ChatGPT kind of appeared, and you know, it exceeded expectations to such an extent, which to me it looks like it's almost like you're a father, you're a parent, and you watch your child finish high school and then win the Nobel Prize. I mean, this is how far ahead of what we were expecting, what we're actually getting is. And we're still kind of trying to get our hands and our minds around this. It's not clear, I mean, what it means. In some sense, you know, some theoretical physicists, they have made peace with the fact that they believe that there is no free will, right? I mean, we are all electrons and spins, and there is also some probability baked in, and that's it. And if you believe that, you know, the fact that you can talk with a machine and feels like a person, it's another indication that maybe that is true. I mean, it's not that the machine is so big, it's maybe we are very small. That gives a kind of an idea of what would our size is. But anyway, so that's philosophical, right? I mean, just to basically in the practical terms, I mean, we really know that it's going to make a tremendous impact on jobs. It's going to be a huge disruption, and we really don't know what it will be. Bill Gates predicted a few months ago that there are going to be only 3 jobs left, and this is AI programmers and energy experts and biologists. Hey, but how does he know? I mean, come on. We all know that Microsoft completely missed the expansion of the web in the 90s, and they had to work for decades because they had all the resources and everything just to get back into the business. And they could because they were big. But how does he know? I mean, it's good to say these things, but the reality is nobody knows. And the only thing we can do, I mean, is we're old, right? And we're basically done in some sense, or pretty much done. It's all, for us, is fine to watch it. But for the students, the new students, we really have to say to them that you need to know the fundamentals. That's the only thing that will help you in the future. You need to know fundamentals. Is it math fundamentals? Fine. Is it computer science fundamentals? Fine. But it has to be fundamental so you have something solid. Because you will change your job. You will change what you will do, and that's absolutely certain now. So I don't know how to make things human. I do believe in that we have to think about regulation very hard. I don't believe that this is self-regulated. This is Wild West right now. And it's getting too much consolidated into very few players. And I think that, you know, that's something we have to do. But I don't know how, right? I mean,
Dimitris, regulation is another big thing that we've been discussing for so long, but still waiting for more actions to be done. As you said, is Wild West still. But we love risk. in finance, we make money out of risk, okay? Which means it's okay, but you need to know how to calculate risk and how you estimate and make good projections. And I come to Dimitris Professor Kenourios. Dimitris, in systematic risk and contagion, how can AI tools improve early detection and measurement of transmission across institutions in a way that is acceptable? And which skills are non-negotiable for risk and regulation roles? We have our students here waiting from you to tell them what kind of skills are expected to have in the future.
Thank you for the question, my dear colleague Aris. Thank you all for being here with us tonight. So, based on our research on contagion several decades now, we observe that the landscape of systemic risk is undergoing a fundamental paradigm shift. That is meaning that contagion is no longer solely a function of direct credit exposures. It now propagates with great speed through digital channels, payment systems, and algorithmic correlations. This is the domain where AI and machine learning offer a transformative potential. What I mean is that these models, several machine learning models, such as neural networks or other advanced models, can identify emerging systemic risks significantly sooner than conventional approaches. Several studies show that the expanded time window provided by these early warning models can make the difference between containment and widespread contagion, with the research showing improvements in detection accuracy by up to 40% over traditional methods. However, the predictive accuracy of these machine learning models is not a condition, insufficient. I mean that all these models, in order to satisfy supervisory authorities, we must move away from the black box mentality that all these models are characterized. Supervisory authorities are focused on understanding why a model is flagging a signal or how that insight can be traced back to observable data. Therefore, we need AI and machine learning models to actually be more explainable. I mean, explainable AI means that it's a set of processes and techniques that allows humans to understand the whys behind the decision made by artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. Now, in terms of skills, I strongly believe that the modern risk or regulatory professional needs strong quantitative expertise paired with qualitative judgment. They must be able to understand networks, to perform time series analysis, since systemic risk and contagion are fundamentally interconnected. They should also be comfortable with time series data and able to interpret model outputs. That is why the best quantitative analysts today are also translators. They have to translate, they have to explain to the audience, to the non-technical audience, the outputs of the models. Now, to build a strong national talent pipeline in AI and Fintech, we should prioritize agile, collaborative initiatives that deliver results in months rather than years. I mean, we have to create 3 or 6 month micro-credential programs offered by universities and online programs. For example, AI for financial risk management or machine learning in fraud detection. So offer and deliver in partnership with industry for practical certification, such programs that are covering all these things, and often at the country level, governments could involve education through funding these programs, through grants to educational institutions, while offering tax incentives. Regarding now the last question, the aspect related to the most effective collaboration model, my experience points that the triple helix model is the best. That is the strategic partnership between academia, industry, and regulatory bodies. With this collaboration, we can move forward and we can provide programs and collaborations that make sense. Countries such as Netherlands and Singapore have already implemented this strategic approach, accelerating innovation in fraud detection and rapid workforce growth. To sum up, the future of fintech resilience will not be shaped by technology alone, but by how we humans are intelligently connect judgment, regulatory trust, and machine intelligence in one coherent ecosystem. When that alignment is achieved, AI will not merely predict the next crisis, it will probably help to prevent it.
Thank you, Dimitris. But when you can predict the next financial crisis, let me know, please. I'm very interested about it because I think the next coming years, something will change. Maybe. And of course, what I'm willing to have is good students with good soft skills in a new era coming. And I move now to Dionysius. You see this guy, he's looking me in the eyes, expecting his question. And the thing is, as you can see in this panel, we have two guys from informatics and two guys from finance. This is fintech. Fintech. And I am their friend. I'm doing the business. They are doing the job. Okay? So I'm coming to you, Dionysius, and we know that in nowadays we have 5G, we have real-time financial applications, and as far as technical foundations is concerned, my question is, a fintech guy, an engineer, what should have? And with the rise of tokenized assets, CBDCs. A few days ago, we had the governor of the Bank of Greece here in a conference about cryptos, saying a few things about not only cryptos, but the central banks' digital currencies, about smart contracts, and a few stuff about the new economy is coming. So the question to you is, what a fintech engineer really must have?
Thank you, Honorable Vice Rector. It's always a pleasure to have you as moderator. It's really fun. And also, I would like to thank you for your continuous effort in bridging academia and industry. This is really important also for our university. So, in 5G connectivity and edge computing, we have this term called mission critical. Okay? And the finance sector actually has a few missions that are really critical. Okay? So, some of them include credit scoring, fraud detection, algorithmic trading, anti-money laundering, counter-financing of terrorism, and customer due diligence. All of these missions need to be supported by an infrastructure that is mission critical, real time, and distributed. So mission critical in 5G connectivity and edge computing has to do with what? With some strict requirements that relate to the delay, to the reliability which converts to packet loss rate, for example, so you don't lose too many packets, and bandwidth. So it seems that the fintech engineer of tomorrow should be able to understand, design, develop, and implement a system that is mission-critical, a cyber-physical system, but for money. Now, if I would make an effort to unpack what is necessary for the fintech engineer, I would provide to everyone 3 layers. The first one is we need to understand how distributed systems work. It's really different from how the typical financial infrastructure works, okay? The second one is about being AI fluent, and this is not only about the models. And thirdly, we need to work on the integration of trust at scale, and do that by complying to regulations and do that in a privacy-preserving way. So let me start with the first one, which is about distributed systems. In a recent technical school that we had, it was a full week. We organized this together with the FinTech Masters, the MBA Masters, and a few projects that I ran. We gave the master students and the PhD students a really nice suite and of emerging tools, hands-on experiences, top of the line. Yet, at some point, I asked them a question. The question was about how blockchains work, okay? So the question is, how much money do you have in your bank account, and what makes you actually believe that you do have this kind of money? So in a distributed system, at a given time instance, there are multiple states in the system for the same thing. So it needs a few time to converge, okay? So at a given time instance, before we reach to transactions finality, event finality, to reach to the state consistency and time synchronization, the system has a different viewpoint on what's going on in the system. So centralized ledgers from distributed ledgers are really different, okay? Also, having legal tender, which is backed by laws and state power, is really different from a system that's like a crypto on the wild. Also, distributed consensus is what would answer the previous question I had to the students, okay? Actually, in a distributed blockchain system, in a public blockchain, the answer would have been, I've got in my bank account as much money as the majority of consensus node believes I have. So it's not actually that you do have this kind of money, what the majority believes that you have, because it's a public blockchain system. Now, moving to the AI stack fluency, I think fintech engineers should be really familiarized with ML Ops. This is an extension of DevOps. It means that a collection of people all together at the same time develop ML models that are to be used. Okay, so it's important to work on collecting, cleaning, labeling, versioning data. Okay, this is data management. Secondly is the model development, where you have the development of the actual model, the hyperparameter tuning and so on. Then you have to version your models. You have to continuously integrate them and deploy them, and you have to monitor and govern and see what happens with model drifting, data drifting, and such technical stuff. So the second thing about AI fluency has to do with explainability. Explainability is a regulatory requirement, not just an ethical checkbox. So what if your credit scoring model rejects an applicant within 10 milliseconds, and when you do that, there are like 1,000 of applications at the same time being processed. Okay, you have to understand how model inference works, and you have to justify that decision. This is really important. And thirdly, banking systems and financial systems are not just to be deployed, they are also to be attacked. So making your models to be adversarial robust, it's really important. Okay? You don't only have to design them and see regulations. Now, the third pillar is about trust. So it's good to know about cryptography, digital signatures, about self-sovereign identities, decentralized identifiers, and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, the fintech engineers should be able to understand how data provenance works. So who signed, what it was signed, when it was signed, under which policy, and who has access to it. So to close up, the education and employability of a fintech, I would believe, should have the following balance. So it's about 50% of systems and AI engineering. It's 30% about applied crypto finance, and 20% it should be about regulation and ethical alignment. So we should treat regulation as a design parameter and not as an afterthought. Closing, the engineers should be architecturally and system-level fluent so they can collaborate with different teams working at different divisions. So this is exactly what the academic institutions offer in a master's program. It's really different from online learning or certificates. So master programs like Fintech, like MBA, and other programs are really important to follow, and I believe that they do make the difference.
Thank you, Dionysis, for promoting our masters, you see here. Program in financial technology. Thank you for the answer, and thank you for the percentages that you gave us. And it is amazing that here in University of Athens, what we try to do is to have basics on fintech, on the masters, not only, but on the bachelors as well. And we do so in a PhD level. And my question is, we do so many fintech talks, we have so many connections with the market, and my question going to Panos is, Panos, you are an institutional investor. Panos is managing one of the biggest Greek funds. And from this perspective, how does the end-to-end investment process change with AI? From idea, signal generation through the risk budgeting, to execution and cost control, and which kind of skills do you expect from a first-line analyst today? What they really should know?
Dear Vice Rector, thank you for your invitation today. I would say that from an institutional investor's point of view, AI doesn't just make us faster. It changes how we think across the whole, the entire investment process. First of all, in idea generation for a fund manager is something which is of paramount importance. We are no longer relying on intuition alone, but on machine learning models that integrate macro, alternative, and ESG data. Analysts need data fluency. They must be able to, number one, source, number two, clean, and number three, interpret information, financial information, intelligently. In risk budgeting and portfolio design, AI allows for dynamic stress testing and dynamic adaptive, I would say, portfolio construction. The key skill here is model awareness. I mean, knowing when to trust and when to challenge an algorithm. And finally, at the execution level, reinforcement learning is optimizing trading and cost control. Analysts must understand algorithmic logic and microstructure analytics. So the first line, analysts today must be bilingual, which means fluent in finance, in both finance and data. Now, if I were to design a 12-week pathway, course pathway, for sure it would combine data engineering, machine learning for investment decisions, and AI-augmented portfolio management, ending with a practical capstone that simulates the full investment workflow. So employability should be measured on that ability to design and explain the underlying portfolio management workflow. And as for the micro-credentials, I value those that show, as we say, evidence of skill. So this means absolutely verified micro projects or GitHub work from applied programs like the CFA Data Science certificate or the Google Analytics track. So in hiring, such credentials become readiness skills.
Thank you, Panos. Thank you so much. And let me follow up a bit and go for a quick round, second round, but I want you to be quick. I start with Dimitris Gounopoulos again. Dimitri, if we try to make this more tangible, and I ask you, what is the one learning experience inside or outside the university that you believe that can truly change the way a young person, we have so many students here, a young person perceives their relationship with technology and society? What would you say?
I mean, this is the standard answer to everybody. You have to do an internship. Just do an internship and see how a real company works. I mean, you need to know the importance of problems, and not all problems are equally important. Therefore, you should not invest the same to all of them. And the only way to learn that is with experience. After that, you will have to figure out, what is the right tools. And in that sense, it's helpful to do some kind of an interdisciplinary internship, or something that is not exactly your field. There is the saying that there are things that we know, things that we know we don't know, and things that we don't know we don't know. It's for the last thing, that the things we don't know, that you need people that both understand the problem and the possible ways to build a solution. And these two things usually are distinct. Somehow you have to put them together.
Thank you, Dimitris. And I move to the other Dimitris there. Dimitri, if you've been in a position in a big multinational company to hire someone, a young guy, for an AI and fintech role, what is the one skill you would consider the most important in order to hire him and give him a good salary? I hope you give good money, eh?
Thank you for the question, Aris. Well, the one absolutely non-negotiable skill that I believe that will not be a specific technical competency, but rather the capacity of critical interpretation. Why? Because in today's environment, AI systems can produce results that seems to be sophisticated, convincing, yet they may still be inaccurate, biased, or even incomplete. The most valuable professionals are those who refuse to accept information at face value. They question assumptions, examine data provenance, and evaluate whether conclusions or even the questions themselves are logically robust. With all this growing ubiquity of generative AI tools, it has become tempting to outsource our reasoning to algorithms. This phenomenon, known as cognitive offloadings, can erode independent judgment if left unchecked. So the best professionals are those who can leverage AI's capabilities while maintaining a disciplined skepticism, treating AI not as a substitute of thought, but as an amplifier of human insight. Of course, technical proficiency is certainly essential, but critical thinking, the ability to connect the dots, to connect technical knowledge with broader social, ethical, and economic understanding, truly distinguish the exceptional candidates. The challenges we face are no longer purely technical. They are deeply human, involving trust, governance, and responsibility. Those who can reason rigorously, research methodologically and translate complex models into clear, accountable actions will lead the future of fintech. The real transformation here is not about substitution. The AI will substitute some jobs. The real transformation with AI is the augmentation, enhancing human decision-making, improving accuracy, and freeing professionals from repetitive tasks so they can focus on higher-order thinking. To sum up, for aspiring professionals, the message is clear. Build a balanced skill set. That is, master the technical foundations, but also cultivate critical thinking, critical reasoning, communication, and cross-disciplinary insight. Those who can integrate these dimensions are expected to shape how technology serves society as a whole.
Thank you, Dimitris. Dionysis, I move to you, back to you. You are very well involved with the industry. I know that you work very deeply with these lovely guys and multinational companies out there. And my question to you is exactly the same I did to finance guys, for you as an IT guy. The question is, from a young person, from a young student sitting here, what do you expect in order to hire him and give him a good job? And what kind of skills you believe they should have in order to be facilitated for the next days and the new era coming?
Thank you, Aris. First of all, since you mentioned students, I would like to thank at least 30 of the students of the Digital Industries Department that I can see here. Thank you for being here. And the reason for being here is that what we are discussing is a new door for them to open. So this is really important. Now, I couldn't agree more with Dimitris and Dimitris. I'm full 100% to...
You like the name?
It seems like a nice brand. But in any case, I think a key word that we should look at is trust at scale. This includes also the finance part and the tech part, okay? So in many interviews that I have with people that I do hire from time to time in my research group is that I do start with what tools have you used and what kind of models have you developed and what were the applications, okay? I do that. But at the end of the day, I think the most important thing is for a student and for a potential employee to be able to trace how data moves from the API, which should be standardized, to the pre-processing, into the model, and then to the functional output, which is actually, in this case, the financial decision. So the full pipeline should be clear to the people that you're hiring. And of course, it's important to be able to detect how the model could be drifting and when the data pipeline can be compromised. Okay? This is really important. And I think that one of the biggest myths is that AI careers are about building models. It's not about it. I believe that the real impact comes from building systems that can be trusted at the end of the day by regulators, auditors, customers, and all of them under stress. Okay, so trust at scale would be the key word I would search for.
Thank you, Dionysius. I like your answer, but still I'm very considered about critical thinking. The most important thing for me is critical thinking. This is what Apostolos told me before. Okay, these guys with mathematics, informatics, and finance and stuff, but you have to understand in order to take a decision and then critically think whether it's correct or not. What is the right answer into there? So, Panos, I'm coming back to you at the end of this panel. And my question to you, coming with huge experience on investments is what kind of skills you see that our young people should have in the new era coming?
In very simple terms, dear Vice Rector, if I were hiring tomorrow, the only non-negotiable skill might be the critical interpretation of AI outputs, however, in a financial context. Models are everywhere, but what matters is whether someone is able to distinguish between a false pattern and a reliable market signal. So a common myth is that AI careers in finance are all about coding. In reality, the rare and valuable skill is translating model outputs into actionable investment decisions, moving from data to information and from information to making investment decisions. And at the same time, understanding the various dimensions of risk and the ethical implications is also absolutely critical. So overall, in the age of AI, I would say that it's not the smartest machine that at the end of the day will win. It's the human who knows what to ask, what to trust, and when to act.
Thank you so much. Thank you all. And let me open the floor for your questions, and I would be glad if I hear from some students questions about the skills and stuff. Any questions, guys? No questions. So I guess you're not wondering what will happen in the future. You have all the answers. Apostolis would like to make a question.
What I was thinking by listening to this very good panel was that when we were students, we acquired all this critical thinking because we were reading different sources, different books, different authors. So we had at the end of the day to decide in a critical way which is the most significant, the most trustful, etc., etc. And I was wondering today with AI, how someone can become critical if everything comes ready by the AI. I mean, today you just ask to write a review for you, it's ready. In order for us to make a review, we had to study hundreds of papers and critically decide which of them are the best to refer to. So it is a wish, I think, to say that we ask from people to be critical because I don't know how they will become critical with AI.
This question is for Dimitris Gounopoulos and Panos Xidonas. No, Panos, we start with you.
First of all, Apostole, you have to specify where you are directing this question, to the finance guys or to the tech guys. I'm joking. In my opinion, the key answer to your question is one word: interdisciplinarity. I will share with you a very small case. I think that you know my history. My first degree, I am a physicist myself. So 20 years ago, I have received a huge bullying because I was considered as an OR guy, a finance guy, a physicist. All the people were trying to understand what I was doing. So in 2025, we are at the era of interdisciplinarity. There are no borders between sciences. We cannot say where biology stops, where mathematics start, when evolutionary portfolio optimizations also start as a combined result of biology, finance, mathematics, and stuff like that. So in my opinion, I would say that it's not the same colleagues, co-authors, core researchers, the human knowledge capital in our science to collaborate and produce combined results.
Same question for you.
I completely agree. I mean, this is, but it's also a little more general, this problem these days. I mean, if you look at research, it just shows that young people today are less critical in the way they make decisions than earlier. And the reason is not the abundance of information or things like that. It's more like social media, which allows people to sort of consolidate in groups and then replace their own personal decision on something with a group decision. So, for example, you see that, you know, if you want to go to a restaurant, you basically go and see how many went there and they liked it. But nowadays, I mean, you only, because of social media and so on, you tend only to look at the opinions of your friends, and not everybody. So you get a biased view, and this biased view kind of, you know, makes you think, basically puts you into this group. And it's a paradox, you know, although you have more information, you are getting exposed in just a smaller part of this, and this makes you more biased than before. It's not clear how to kind of avoid these things. In some sense, they can only be solved when people realize that this is really a problem, and then they do something about that. But for the moment, people tend not to think of this as a problem because, you know, there are many ways that people make money or make that. It is so at this point, it's like going with the river. That's the easiest way. That, you know, that's what people do 90% of the case, and you cannot blame people for taking the easy choice because that's what I would do too. I mean, if you have two choices, you'll take the easy one. Once you realize that this is a problem, if it's not too late, then you will fix it.
Thank you, Dimitris. Yes, Professor Alexakis.
Well, the question of Professor Christopoulos is very challenging in this sense. If I understood well, what he said is that AI can give you the solution on something. And AI can give you the solution on something, and then what else do you have to think? And by taking the presentation of this very nice, very good panel, I realized that what they said is that you have to think of this solution. And so, to my opinion, that does not substitute the knowledge that you have to have on every science in depth as we have it now, if you are to judge what AI is doing. So AI is helpful, but that does not stop us from knowing our subject the way we do it as much as we can in order to be able to accept an AI solution and proceed with this. I don't know, but trying to contribute to this.
Thank you so much, Professor Alexakis. Thank you all. Let's give a big applause to these guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
So, I would like to ask Professor George Marinos, Vice General Manager of National Bank of Greece, as he will be the moderator in a panel about redefining fintech growth, AI-driven innovation in B2B and B2C. The panelists will be Andreas Botsikas, Director, Analytics and AI Hub Leader, PwC Greece, Denis Petrov, CEE Enterprise Manager, Google, Andreas Pigel, Head of Fintech, MasterCard.
What do you want? Are you? Sure.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for having us here to discuss about Fintech, which is a trend recognized the last 10, 15 years in the industry, and Gen AI, which is another trend, more recent, recognized and affecting all the activities in the industry, not only in the financial industry and fintech, but also in most of the industry sectors. Together with, in our panel, we have Mr. Bocekas, we have Mr. Petrov, and we have also Mr. Spingel from PwC, Google, and MasterCard, three representatives of the industry sectors, of various industry sectors. And I would like to welcome them, and let's start to discuss about the topic. Okay, I will start with Mr. Bocekas, and I would like to ask you to give us some examples of fintech companies that are using AI and specifically generative AI to build services, to build products. We would like to explain us how this new technology is affecting the way fintech is and financial industry is working, and we would like to talk to us about new opportunities that emerge through the development and advance of this technology.
You hear me now? Perfect. So first and foremost, thank you so much for having me here. Thank you everyone for giving us your time. And this is a great experience over here, which is a manifest of where we are here in Greece, right? It's the place where ancient meets the new, the modern, and it's great to be talking here in the FinTech event. Let's break down the question into two main pillars. First and foremost, where is the value now? What do we see right now in the market? And then the second one is, where do we see the potential? Where do we think this is going to be going? So I'm going to talk from the innovation perspective, from the aspects of generating new services, new line of services, where we are all familiar with the document processing flows that we see being automated right now. Imagine any document-heavy process that you may have right now in your organization that can be we can automatically extract the information out of those documents. We can automatically structure it into something that makes sense and validate it and move forward. Let me be less abstract. Let me bring it to real scenarios that we see right now in the market. We are talking about know your customer onboarding processes, where I go into the bank and I hand over a bunch of documents, and these documents need to be processed fast in order to verify who I am and be able to do financial transactions. Or, for example, for trade finance. Again, same story, big piles of documents that need to be processed hard. Or non-performing loans, where you have even legal court documents that explain how a debt needs to be paid, and you need to process that fast. The second type of scenarios that we see right now is the code generation aspects. I mean, we have heard the term vibe coding. I'm not a big fan of it because it tends to not put the complexity of what this means and the experience you need in order to be successful with that. But that's exactly what successful fintech companies are embracing and using in order to spin up entire new product lines in days instead of weeks or months that we used to observe in the past. Coding, this actually helps you both create new things, rapid prototyping and testing ideas and moving forward fast. But on the other side, it also helps you rebuild your technical debt, get those legacy systems, revamp them, move them into something modern that will allow you to give agility for the future. And of course, we see this, we as a company, we're offering Gen AI augmented migrations from technology to technology, like, for example, from SAS to Python, or from Click to Power BI, or vice versa. It doesn't really matter. These tools can help you migrate and move your technical stack and adapt to something that makes sense for you to move to the future. The last piece is the agents. We are seeing pleasant upgrades to the chatbots that we have been experiencing for so long. With generative AI, they are becoming far more personalized. They are giving us a lot more flexibility and capabilities to do things with them. But this is just the first step. We have been observing audio-capable agents, agents that can call you and talk about your debt and figure out a tailor-made plan that can help you do the payments, or even do a loan negotiation with the terms that you're using. And then, of course, we have video avatars that are helping them, new customers on board, into the self-service portals and services that everyone is offering. So having said that, these are just the fundamentals. This is just the basic step that will allow us to start building new things, like, for example, agentic workflows, from asking for something to autonomously working agents that could be collaborating, or even agents that could collaborate across organizations, something I think Andreas will talk about as well. And the next thing that I see as an area of opportunity is the integration of all those fintech into non-financial platforms, the embedded or contextual payments, as we call it, where this is a great opportunity for companies like fintech, in the fintech space, to provide those capabilities and enable those next-gen experiences that we all are going to be witnessing soon enough. So yeah, I think this is, yeah, I think that we live in a paramount world where investments from the hyperscalers have helped make this generative AI technology reliable and adaptable. And I think this is great for the fintech ecosystem as well.
Can we summarize that these three major areas in Gen AI infrastructure: content creation and processing, coding, software engineering, and customer experience, user experience improvements? Can we say that there are three major areas? On top of them, we can build service and products?
Exactly. So these are at least the very first areas we are observing right now being adopted, but similar to when we discovered refrigeration and then Coca-Cola came along with a completely new business model, we are expecting that as well to become a reality sooner than later.
Okay. Let's move to Mr. Petrov from Google. And Google is a big tech company, and it is also a provider for AI and generative AI infrastructure and services. You are also somehow a fintech company due to Google Pay. And we would like to give us some details about what are the kind of services you offer, the infrastructure, how you support fintech companies, and what you see from their perspective, from their side regarding the adoption of this new technology and how they use it.
Thank you for the question. And first of all, thanks for having me in this beautiful university. It's very nice, right? It's really amazing. So Google very, focusing on AI, as you can imagine, right? And the latest Gemini AI that we have, like for B2C And B2B, we believe it's currently one of the best model in generative AI just we have currently. Back to fintech, right? It's not like new for you that Google has Google Pay. So that is like, I mean, small part of the fintech that we're just trying to provide in the market, to work with the big companies, with enterprises, to help them like to leverage the fintech part. But also very important that Google is investing in the fintechs, right? And I believe it will be important for students to understand it, right? And for those people that are looking for like to create new companies here. So first of all, like on the like pre-seed funding, if you have a startup, right, and you're looking for like not only Google technology, but maybe just mainly for Google technology as well, Google going to invest in the startups. So we have like, I mean, big ecosystem that we just like measuring startups and we investing in that, right? Like with not only with the money, but also with the technology and with the knowledge. So this is the first one. Secondly, definitely Google provides, you know, its infrastructure because we believe, you know, Gen AI is very popular and becoming like more and more popular in many areas of our life. And definitely it will be like more reliable if you have a great data. Because in the future, without data, you know, just Gen AI will be like, I mean, like, you know, dead car. So that's why we believe that infrastructure and the data will be very important. So that's why we focus on the data security, I mean, very much, right? I mean, so if you're fintech, right, and you just like planning for like big scale, right, and scalability to expand your business, you need to think about like, I mean, value and also about your data, right? So it's, and definitely Google can help here as well. You know, AI, if you fintech, right, you need to think about value you're going to bring on the market, that people will use it, because currently this, you know, fintech ecosystem, it's very challenging, very demanding, and very competitive. So that's why, you know, we just like measuring all startups that we can bring value, and we're definitely ready to work with those startups, like, I mean, especially in Greece. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And we can say that you collect the data, you build the technology, you fund the development of services on top of this kind of platform, infrastructure, etc.
You know, as a Google, we're not like collecting data from our customers.
No.
So
I mean, you support the data business.
Yeah, because data is a key, right, for any like, I mean, Gen AI. And if you just, again, it's not only for fintechs in general, right? And if you just, it was mentioned about the agentic approach and not only. So data, again, it's like, it's a key of the engine, right? So just you need to think about your data. And especially for fintech, right? Because I mean, it's like data is about like money, right? That you're going to invest, you're going to put. So that's why it's a key for success, of course.
Okay, and Mr. Spiegel from Mastercard, you are, let's say, one of the, I don't know, maybe you are the biggest financial company in the world, and you are in the fintech industry for many years now. You are investing a lot in technology, and you already have products and solutions based on AI. Today, you are facing generative AI as a new trend. Can you give us some examples of how you you introduce and you exploit generative AI and generative AI, but you know, in your service and products?
Yeah, sure. But first of all, thank you for having me here again in this wonderful location and this great event. Congratulations to that. So really nice to be here. What is Mastercard? So you just try to explain what Mastercard is, and maybe let me start with that. We see ourselves as not as a financial institution, because we're not a bank. We are a technology company, but even more, we're a network. And a network means we're combining and we're bringing together partners. So our business is bringing, on the one hand side, 25,000 banks together with 150 million merchants on the other side, and ensure that that you have the transaction in a safe, secure, and a fast manner in a fraction of milliseconds. So that's what we're doing. So where does AI affect our world? So let me start on the one hand side with MasterCard, and then let's come to the network effects that are inherent in that. MasterCard as such is using AI for a decade. Well, at that time it was not called AI, pure AI was a lot of machine learning, but when you think about the application area where we use AI is the fraud area. So that's really one of the big elements. Everyone thinks about currently, if you read the newspaper, about the positive effects and what it can bring in productivity, etc. But let's be aware there's also the dark side of the moon. And in order not to have the dark side of the moon win the game, we need to have our defenses also up and running. And that's something what we're doing since 10 years, roughly, like since a decade. And we've been building these models. Now, so AI was around in our company for many, many years. And it was always this discussion between our technology guys and the business guys. AI is going to be the next big thing, but the real eye-opener came when we saw ChatGPT, right? I think that was for many people, was that eye-opener, okay, what can that actually do? These large language models, which are now changing the way also how we interact and how we gather our information. And that, again, has, if you think about our business, is about transactions. So we have billions of transactions every day. So, and I don't know how many financial institutions are in this room. One of the key elements in a transaction is that you know who is in the transaction. So there is a buyer and there's a seller in an ideal world, right? And in order to trust, to have the trust, and that's what we're providing in our network, you need to know your customer. That's something that a bank does. The first thing that they do before they open up an account with you, know your customer. You enroll with a merchant, you know your customer. You want to understand who is that the guy or the lady that you're working and dealing with. Now comes this new layer, and you know, this no longer know your business, know your customer. It will be know your agent, and it will be also something where you delegate your authority. What you do in the moment currently when you're buying a pair of shoes. You say, okay, I want that. That's a decision, a deliberate decision. But with an agent, you outsource that. Now, you want that agent to behave in the way that you give the rules to this person. And that's something where we have developed, and we just announced that in May, so history is being made, right? We announced our Agent Pay, which is a platform which enables our partners, again, to create the rules by which the know your agent economy can then ultimately work. So this is what's happening, scratching the surface a little bit on MasterCard side. If you expand that to the wider ecosystem with the 25,000 banks and the 150 million merchants or retailers and commerce partners, there's a lot of that innovation going on, and they're using our platforms. What they are relying on is this safety, security, and this fast execution of these transactions. So we are not known for having the next-gen AI model, but we are probably one of the heavy users of these models.
Thank you. Agentic transaction execution through all. It is like a science fiction story, but it is true. Okay, and I believe that what changed the way we consider the AI during the last 3-4 years, it was how ChatGPT, how the generative AI lowered the barrier of someone to have access to the AI, and how generative AI made accessible the AI technology to everyone, and made the AI technology usable by everyone, by any, let's say, individual, startup company, mid or small size company, etc. But a part of this accessibility and these new opportunities, are there any difficulties are you facing as, let's say, a big fintech, a big technology company? Are you facing difficulties to use, introduce, and promote generative AI through your services? Are you facing new challenges emerging through to the generative AI nature and through to the generative AI, the capabilities generative AI is bringing to us?
Absolutely, it's a real challenge. It's a big challenge because it's redefining the rules by which we interact and how we build trust. And I think this is one of the things that we're applying the rules and we're trying to build that, but it's an evolution. And we compare that often with the advent of the internet. So in the beginning, you know, turn back the clock 25 years. Buying something on the internet was something for, let's say, only few people, right? Because only few people trusted that a company called Amazon would deliver a book. And it started out with a standardized product where you knew, okay, that if they deliver this stack of papers where there is the right order of words in it, then this is a book and I'm willing to pay $10 or 10 euros for that. That's how the internet started, right? Now 25 years later, we live in a world where you can buy complex stuff, right? I mean, there is, in the B2B environment, it's deeply integrated into, the payments are deeply integrated into the ERP systems, SAP, etc. And you can buy complex services across the internet, right? So that's what we're used to now. Now comes this layer of this agent, and I give you a very practical example. I don't know whether anyone is using a price comparison site when he or she is buying a book to, let's say, Barcelona or Athens. Oh, closer, sorry. Then you might think, or you might see on these price comparison sites, you see, oh, the flight costs 100 euros. You click on it. What happens in, let's say, 70% of the times? Oh, sorry, Andreas, we have it just for 120. Or it's on a different date. And you think, but I clicked on 100 and I clicked on Wednesday and I did not click on Thursday. And now you give an order and you give a rule to an agent and it comes back and there is a certain variance because you need to allow for a certain variance. Yeah? Get me a flight to Barcelona for 100 euros, plus minus 10% on that date. And there will be, the one thing is to define that service really in a very structured manner. And the second is work with the hallucinations of the systems also. That it doesn't say, oh yes, yeah, there is the flight, but it doesn't really exist, right? So these are the challenges that we need to overcome, and not only us, but also our partners, be it on the merchant side, be it on the banking side. If you think about websites these days, they're nicely made, really, they're appealing emotionally to you in the consumer space. In the future, they need to be fit for purpose for this agent, which is very rational, looking for data points, not for nice pictures, right? So there's a lot of that going on in the background. For us as a company, this is, let's say the core of the transaction. Around that, in order to make the transaction happen and make it happen in a safe and secure manner, you need to invest heavily into the cyber risk capabilities that you have. And that's something where we, as a, let's say, global company, have the advantage of, spreading the cost across the globe and having that only as a fraction of on the transaction. But that's going to be one of the big challenges that we see in the future.
Thank you. And what about the challenges Google is facing when you try to build this kind of infrastructure, this kind of services, when you try to onboard customers and partners to use them, and when you try to, let's say, spread the use of technology across the globe?
Thank you for the question. So, for any big global company, right? I mean, not for Google only, but I mean for Google customers as well. I believe for MasterCard and for many other companies to implement a new technology, right? It's it's very challenging itself because you need to change many processes, right? And people, they don't like, to make changes, right? And we just like to be in the status quo because we know how it works, it's reliable. And when new technology come, right, you need to implement it, you need to make many changes, right? And sometimes maybe people just will just lose their positions or seats. So that's why, to change the status quo in any company is very challenging. So, but that's why, we have this conference, I believe, because like such fintech companies and new ideas, new disruptive fintechs will challenge, status quo for like, not for Google only, or just for many big financial institutions. Because any fintech can be much faster, right? Especially with AI adoption than any other like institution. And company like Google will help with that because, having like infrastructure, you can easily go and try your MVP, right? How it works. You can do many changes, and then you can just very easily to expand it to offer to your customers. And while big companies will think about how to change the process, how to talk to regulators, how to apply data and security, small fintech companies, right? Can easily do like adoption and could easily implement. So that's why, with the like support of hyperscalers like a Google, I would suggest, any fintech to implement ideas first, right? Very quickly, and to, just to expand it with and to try it. If you fail, it's fine, right? Because that's why we have like small startups. We have like new innovators with new ideas. You fail, you try again. That is like just what you can do with a hyperscaler. Yeah. So that's my answer.
Thank you. Having this kind of evolving technology, which is running very fast and is facing technical and regulatory limitations. What is the reality today in Greece? What is happening here? And what is the level of adoption in financial and fintech industry? Can you give us...
Thanks, George. Okay, so what is the reality here in Greece? I will start with the good news. First and foremost, there is a momentum. As I said, here we are. The Fintech Athens 4.0 is actually a big celebration of putting AI in the forefront of the fintech ecosystem. I will start with some evidence, something that I see and I'm very proud for the Greek market, is that the customers are maturing. They are starting doing AI literacy to their own employees. They are start looking for what you just mentioned, that the generative AI is easy to use by everyone. They are educating their people how to adopt solutions like Gemini or other agentic solutions that help with the productivity boosting. Which is great news. Adoption is low, and there is the fatigueness as well. When technology is constantly changing and you have to learn new things, you have to do it properly and structured and help your people go through this whole process. So this is the very first thing. The second thing is that I see the Greek governance putting some foundations here with the whole regulatory and the vision that they have for AI for 2030. They're already putting in those blocks that are needed for the companies to build trust on AI and start building on top of it. Last but not least, we have to celebrate production wins. Like, for example, you have done the document intelligence I was talking before, that the know your customer process that's fully automated. That's something National Bank of Greece has already done. We celebrate the generative AI within almost all agentic solutions we have in the financial ecosystem. I've been chatting with those agents, and they're really fun and really engaging to talk to. And this is a great thing. There are caveats here. There is, for example, the Damocles sword of AI Act, and what do you do about this? Data, they are kind of siloed from what I experience here in Greece, so there is some work that needs to be done in order to fully unlock the potential of this technology. But I think that we have the baselines at place, and with a structured approach, we will be able to move forward.
Thank you. we are at the beginning right now. We try to understand and, let's say, find the way to steer the technology to be used in a beneficiary way for everyone, for companies, for individuals, for the society. There are efforts in the area of regulation, and there are efforts also from your side, from companies in the area of enforcing responsibility disciplines to the models and the technology. Can you give us a few details about how you work in the area of responsible and fair use of technology?
No, I believe that Google values trust. I mean, it's maybe number one. I mean, in Google philosophy. And I want to ask a question. Who's using Google Gmail? Just raise your hand. Quite many people, right? And I believe people use Gmail because you trust it, right? Because it's easy to use, first of all, right? And then you trust it. So, and to build trust for any company is not an easy part, right? It's it came from many years. And if you breach your trust, one time, it's very difficult to give it back. So that's why Google built, very trustful approach to all customers. It's it doesn't matter B2C or B2B. And of course, we just aligned with all regulators, around the world, especially in Europe, right? Because Europe is very regulated with many approaches, to support customers, to support consumers as well. So that's why, we definitely aligned with all regulations. And maybe more important, according to regulations, right, and again, Google philosophy, we're not using customer data, especially for enterprises and all businesses. So just you can trust Google, as you do with your Gmail, right? The same with the data. So that's why just when even Fintech come to Google, right, and they ask him, okay, just can we use Google data, locations and etc., just to speed up our business? It's not possible, unfortunately, because we respect our customers' data and we don't share it, right? And moreover, we don't use data for our customers to train our models, right? So just we just go only with a open software, just you can find on the internet or with a customer agreement. So that's it.
Okay, thank you. So you suggest us to trust and consider safe the use of the models, the AI infrastructure you build, etc., etc.
Of course, yes, right. But but my suggestion is it means nothing because you do it to yourself. If you trust company, right, then you work with that. And again, especially in the banking and the fintech, because it's your money. If you don't trust company, how are you going to put your money? All your salaries that you you earned, right? To make your pension. So that's the point.
Okay, thank you. And from Mastercard side, can you give us some ideas, some indications about what the future is expecting to bring to us in terms of services, in terms of opportunities, in terms of even new challenges and new pain points, and how you believe that this new technology will shape in the future, in the near or remote future, the industry, the financial and fintech industry?
Yeah, sure. So I think it's a super exciting time to live in these days. And if you think about Amazon still living on the day one, right? What they call after 25 years of the internet or e-commerce, I think this is not even the day one. It's the morning of the dawning of day one, what we're currently experiencing. And I think I think there's a little bit of a disconnect currently. What we see, what we read in newsletters, in the newspapers, in the news. There's the brave new world, right? The shiny, bright new future. But in order to get there, and in order not to end up in the chaos, you need to have a trustful environment, and you need to also in this new world need to have rules as you just rightly said, if there's no trust, there will be no one using these services, or it will lead into the wrong direction. So that's a high, that this is one of the key elements that will actually also decide over whether people are going to, in the future, going to use that technology or not, and in which ways they're going to use that. What we're going to see, I think, is an evolution. The first thing, and that's something that you can already read all over, there was an article in The Economist 2 or 3 weeks ago saying, okay, the companies are looking for efficiencies. So how can I, what you described nicely, translate from one language into another? Is that Python, or is that English, or is that Greek, or whatever? How can I translate that, and how can I gain efficiencies? And that will ultimately drive costs down. That is certainly something which is a big benefit. The second is then also, how can I, in this new environment, and that's for us, it's a super big topic, you can hear me, I mentioned it a third time, is the cyber risks that come along with that, because we will live in decentralized settings, and we will not know the other person that we're working with. Not even knowing the person, we send someone, our agent, to another agent, and they are communicating on behalf of ourselves. And building a distrustful environment, that will be really important. And then there is this, on top of that, once that is solved, there will be this bright new future where you, instead of talking to a call center person who always goes in a standardized manner, this person will at some point not only see the factual person or the factual problem that you have, they will also solve your emotional, because you're a different person on a Monday morning than on a Friday evening. And if you want to fly, in a Monday morning, you might be more on the efficient side, you want that flight. On the Friday evening, you want the explanation around the flight. How nice is the place I'm going? So this is also something where the AI will also generate so much data out of your behavior. And again, it's the accessible data. That's the key element. That there will be this brighter future that everyone is writing about and reading about now. So it's a long journey, I think.
Thank you. And okay, it is a last question for everyone. We have the challenges and opportunities of the present. We have a future which is coming, and we have to be prepared. And we are looking about the skills and the preparation journey we have to make to be prepared to adapt to this new reality, and how this new reality is affecting our education, our way we develop ourselves. Andreas, can you give us?
Thanks. So yeah, that's a great question, and I think the best answer is I can share my example of how I am bringing up my kids and what I think as a father I'm responsible to give them as skills. So the previous panel mentioned all the skills that you should have as a professional. That's great. What I'm trying to infuse into my kids is to be problem solvers, to be generic problem-solving capabilities, being able to take a problem, decommission, break it down to smaller pieces, and then solve each piece and then compose back the final solution. I think this is one of the key skills that anyone having this today can take immediately action, benefit of agentic workflows and all these type of things to implement miracles. The second thing I try to infuse to my kids again is to be curious, to always question, always try to understand at deep level, which will help them from a switch from the generalist to deep dive into specific areas, which will be crucial when you put pieces of code into production, when you you build those agents or technology that will be doing all those things that we have been discussing so far, right? So I think that these two major things are must-have skills, being able to solve problems and being able to understand when you need to deep dive, this T-shaped professional that I advocate even in my job, in the new joiners that I have in my department. And then what I would like to say is that perhaps the modern educational system needs to be redesigned or rethought, because we're building generation after generation of people that are learning to do a specific task, to do something very well, become a lawyer, become an electrical engineer, become one thing, one task, while what we are seeing is the rise of the generalist. The person, as people mentioned before, the person that can go through different sciences and can solve different type of problems, bringing expertise needed from all the places. So that's going to be, I think, a good challenge, especially since generative AI is not eliminating jobs. It's redefining what is needed, the roles that we will have in the future.
Dennis, what are the skills you are looking for when you hire someone in Google, and what are the, let's say, profile you are looking for when you are trying to work with a company, with a partner?
Look, honestly, it's a very difficult question, right? Because world is changing very fast, right? And what you know today maybe will not be needed tomorrow, right? So that's why, in my opinion, right, again, we're just discussing about data all the time. 3 years ago, maybe 5, nobody talked about generative AI. Because people just, were living in a data world and it was okay without AI, right? It was like many data scientists. And 5 years ago, data scientists maybe was the most higher salaries. Right now, do you know, many data scientists? Maybe not. And if we will ask audience, it's not about data scientists. People just were looking for AI, Gen AI, all this stuff. But this very high level for knowledge, right? That's why, in my opinion, fundamental knowledge and skills were very important. Very basic one, like mathematics, physics. And we discussed today, it was a Panas, I guess, on the previous panel. He said, I'm physicist, on my main education, but now I'm just working in the funding, right, as an investor. Is it like his education or not? So that is a big point, right? So I believe honestly and in a fundamental discipline, and then you will build anything on that, right? Because basic for any Gen AI is a mathematics and physics. Basic for any data, it's also mathematics and physics, right? So that's why I strongly believe that, if you know, classical disciplines, then you can build anything. Because look, about programmers, 5 years ago it was C++, right? Today it's a Python. Tomorrow it will be mainly on the Gen AI, right? Or on AI, to build the code. Do you need to know, Fortran? I don't know, maybe not, because it's was 20 years ago. But having classical discipline, it's very important. So I believe that's why, having this discipline like this university, just focusing on looks like basic stuff, but it will be very important in the future. Because then definitely having you can build anything on the age of many different disciplines, right? So that's my answer.
Okay, and from MasterCard side, do you see the rise of technology affecting the skills and the profile of people already? Do you see changes, visible changes on skills and the way they approach, solve, and the approach problems, solve them, or attack to new opportunities or whatever?
Absolutely, but again, I think we're early days in these. But as we're working with these thousands of partners, and especially also in the fintech side, you see probably the people who are working on the forefront, because these are entrepreneurs. They want to change things. They want to build on the new level playing field, right? So they don't want to play on the old, let's say, in the old settings, but they are applying these technologies already. Ultimately, it boils down to having that curiosity, that drive, that energy, and also that goal setting. But then it needs to still have this. That's unchanged since probably centuries. You need to keep your own thinking alive. And similar to when the car was arriving, you could always go just by car. But now in the meantime, we've learned that maybe doing a little bit of a workout is also quite healthy. So don't get lazy. And I think this is something what we observe on the founder level very much, because they're day in, day out, very deeply involved into using and applying AI or these generative AI models, but they also have the discipline to also pull themselves out and to also question, okay, what is it actually that I'm getting provided here as an answer?
Can we say that we are on the top or on the ascending side of the hype cycle for, do you believe it?
I don't know that. I don't think that anybody knows.
Okay.
And you know, there was just the quarterly earnings on Wednesday, and I think the world has a big question mark.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you all for the discussion.
Thank you all. Now we'll take a break for lunch. Lunch is being served by the yard. We will be back at 3 o'clock. So, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed lunch. Let's continue. I would like to ask Professor George Dochis of National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. As the moderator for the panel, and the panelists will be Dimitris Gounopoulos, Nikos Philippas of University of Piraeus, Professor Katerina Kruger from HTW Berlin, Brian Pisaneski, Senior Investment Data Scientist, and Professor Dimitris Thomakos, Chair Deputy Business Administration of National and Kapodistrian University of Athens.
Okay. So, greetings everyone, and welcome to our session, Bridging the Gap, AI-driven financial literacy and fintech education. Over the next 40 minutes, we will explore how artificial intelligence is reshaping financial education from classrooms to certification programs, and how we can make this transformation truly inclusive, ethical, and meaningful. Let me begin by shortly introducing our distinguished panelists in alphabetical order. Professor Gounopoulos, who is replacing our good colleague Nikos Philippas. Professor Gounopoulos is a professor of accounting at the University of Bath. Professor Katarina Kruger, thank you for being here. She's a professor of economics and blockchain at the HTW Berlin University, specializing in investment finance, digitalization, and blockchain technology. Together, we also have Mr. Brian Pisaneski, who is a CFA charter holder since 2017. He's a senior investment data scientist at the CFA Institute, where he leads research at the intersection of natural language processing, sustainability, and investment analysis. And we also have together with us Professor Dimitris Thomakos. Professor Thomakos is a professor of applied econometrics and head of the Department of Business Administration at the National and Kapodistrian University of Athens. He's an expert on data analysis, and once he told me that during his spare time, he likes to develop trading strategies and write code in R and Python. So this is what he does when he's not doing research or teaching courses at the university. So I have prepared a couple of questions, but feel free to adjust the questions or adjust your answers in order to make the panel as interesting as possible. Dimitris, I will start with you. The session is about financial literacy. I think this is a very important topic, also when it comes to Greek students and Greek adults. I would like to ask you, how do you see, in general, artificial intelligence reshaping the way financial literacy is taught, and in particular, whether we can use, machine learning applications to personalize education and deal with some well-known behavioral biases that have been found in many empirical studies.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I have to say, first of all, that based on recent studies, the financial literacy is a problem out there. I mean, the young people, and not only, are not very well aware of the financial tools and how to use them. As a result of this, the people that they do not manage well their financing, they find themselves in problems in the future. And of course, this is something that should be avoided. Saying that artificial intelligence is something new which is coming in the arena. All, especially the young people, which understand more the technology in comparison with the older people, they need to understand those tools and they need to use them on their benefit. Saying that, for example, in specific financial terms, they need to see how artificial intelligence can get into the financing and how this can end up in a very good outcome which will benefit them and will make them avoid any future problems in the future. For example, if someone is going to buy a mortgage, which is something that all of us, we have been involved once in our life, if not more, we need to make sure when should we get it, how much money we have by that moment over there, and we should, for example, go and buy a house which can fit on what we need, but it should be at the levels that we can financing towards the end. Because we have seen a lot of people buying houses which is out of their plans. I mean, financing, they cannot actually serve it in the very long term, and they finally lose their house because they cannot serve their mortgage. This is just an example of the many things that can be done and how we can use fintech and especially AI on our benefit and to make sure that we will not expand ourselves on levels that we are not, those are not manageable. Of course, coming though to the education, because this is the short-term plan, we need to use artificial intelligence not as a tool that to avoid some work that we have to do because our professors, they put us some coursework, some assignments, etc., but as a tool that will help us advance further ourselves. For example, in the United Kingdom where I'm based, unfortunately, there are students that they try to use artificial intelligence to cheat. So, of course, it's not something that we would like to be promoted, especially in dissertations, etc. And ourselves, of course, which we have been trained on this, we can understand now what goes on from which basis. So, yes, we need to use artificial intelligence. Yes, we need to train ourselves, but on things that will benefit us, that it will make us better, and by no means that it will help us in order to avoid some work that we should do.
Okay, thank you, Dimitris. Financial literacy is indeed a very important issue in Greece and also in Europe because many empirical studies have found that adults in Greece and also in other European countries, they don't have a basic understanding of concepts related to interest, risk, and the nature of other financial products. Now we'll go to Katarina. As we discussed previously, I'm teaching a course, an undergraduate course in banking and finance for many years now, and every year I'm struggling on how to introduce the concept of blockchain. Since your area of expertise is blockchain, could you please suggest some effective ways to integrate blockchain into business or finance curriculums, but without overwhelming students with the technical details that underlie this particular technology?
This is exactly the situation I am facing. So my students are not really aware of how to do this in a technical way. So that's one part what I'm doing, and I'm teaching to help them to lower the kind of barrier to understand how the technology works. That's one part. Simultaneous, I'll try to bring them in terms of a use case. So the students in my classes are always getting use cases. The use cases are connected to industry. So we are looking for industry partners who are interesting and not able to do this on their own because they do not have enough time or whatever kind of restrictions are there. And therefore, I'm always reaching out to them and ask, hey, what can we do from the university perspective to answer somehow your questions? And one of the major things what we are doing right now is talking about how to improve supply chain management, which is something we talked a lot about, but how to make it good. And our industrial partner is BASF, one of the biggest German chemistry company we have. So, and they are still struggling with how to use blockchain. And the big thing is, and that's what I'm always telling my students, we need to start to understand the core, concept of blockchain. What is this about? But that's not for the sake of using blockchain. Blockchain only makes sense when we can add the added value. And that is what I'm training. That is what I'm looking for with my students. How can we figure out? And for this, we can apply tons of tools, which we are doing during the class. So first part of the overall course is get the idea what is the essence of what you are doing. Can you add an additional value to what you are trying to deliver? If this is done and the students mostly get an idea of where the added value is, then we start to think, how can we make this technically work? And in terms of technically making it working, they have to use all tools which are available. And I can tell you, they sometimes are complaining because it's so much try and error, and again, back and forth and back and forth. But that's how it goes. So students learn while applying the tools, AI tools, as well as blockchain layers, accent to the blockchain provider, how to incorporate, what are the APIs about, how can I make it possible that at the end of the day, my back end is connected with my front end, and how must my front end look like? So we start from a very holistic kind of perspective, and step by step by step, we'll bring the students in to understand how to build a kind of a story. And that is, I think, what is working pretty well, because at the end of the day, my students cannot code in a very good way. And I think there is no need, because we already have heard that the coding is maybe or can easily replaced by AI. But what the students then later are used to, they are able to analyze the process, look into the process, figure out where are the gaps, where are the pros and the cons, and how we can really build a system which brings an added value. And that's how I am doing this, to educate the students and to make them familiar with emerging technology such as blockchain technology.
Thank you, Katerina. I find it useful to introduce it as an alternative payment system, which is fully decentralized, and I think their students can, they can understand the benefits and also the disadvantages of having this particular technology. Here in the room, we also have many undergraduate and postgraduate students. Brian works at CFA. Those of you who are not familiar with CFA, CFA is by far the most prestigious certification in finance. So, Brian, I would like to ask you how artificial intelligence is changing the way investment decisions are made. I know that many of those processes have been incorporated to the curriculum of the CFA. And most importantly, and this is what interests our students, is to ask you what type of skills will be most important for the next generation of finance professionals.
Okay, I'll try and break that down. Okay, so first off, I just want to thank the University of Athens, National Bank of Greece for this conference, as well as the CFA Society of Greece for inviting me. So I would say that there's about 5 major ways right now that investment decisions are being changed with AI. So first off is alpha generation. So AI, particularly Gen AI, I think there's a lot of different terms that get confused or conflated. particularly what I'm talking about is multimodal large language model automation, which is different than what Gen AI is, which is different from the machine learning and AI that we've been using for quite some time. But particularly multimodal large language models are unstructured data parsing machines. So they essentially can parse HTML, they can parse XML, they can parse PDFs better than what we could do before. And if you think about one of the kind of alpha signals that everybody's heard of now, it's kind of gotten beaten to death, which is sentiment analysis. Before, for sentiment analysis, we needed huge data science teams and talent. We needed huge swaths of labeled data that was done by investment domain expertise to be able to actually label what is positive, neutral, or negative sentiment. Now, with just a few examples, we can generalize to other tasks. And we can do that with all of these different unstructured data that exists now. I mean, web scraping was one of the big ones that really gave you a leg up before we had AI coding. So I would say that that's really democratizing the use of alternative data. Number two, I would say, is research efficiency. So by now, I think some of us have heard of what deep research is, what Perplexity is. These are tools that can really enhance our research process. So we can also customize them. So we can give the way that we look at stocks, the way that we might look at bonds, the way that we just might look at credit analysis and things like this. And we can have a deep research agent go out and incorporate how we're looking at those things, and then pull in that information and really give an entire literature review up front. And we can scale that up to the nth degree. We can run that on thousands of companies, and that's really, I think, changing how we do investment analysis. The other one I would say is the coding ability. So we have things like OpenAI's Codex now, we have Claude Code. Really, like I said before, if you had some coding ability, you had access to all these open source libraries that really could give you that leg up, because the open source world moves pretty much before everything else arrives. So you really, competitive advantage lies on the edge of existing technologies. So if you can leverage those tools, you really have that advantage. And so those that have some coding ability that aren't necessarily professional coders are now able to, ideate some investment ideas and run with those before they even go into the data team to turn it production ready. So I would say that's really changing the game. The other one is customization. So if you have clients that maybe have some particular use case, or maybe they have, say, an intangible return that from an ESG standpoint doesn't align with the ESG data that's existing now. Well, you can provide that kind of criteria of what it is they're looking for, and then give it to a deep research agent and have it again, like go through that, not necessarily objective ESG data, a little bit more qualitative aspect, and have it, say, rank these companies based off that. So we can create more customization from a portfolio construction standpoint as well. And then lastly, I think that this is an obvious one, the administrative aspects is incredible. So, even just being able to, talk to, voice manner and have it to transcribe and have it actually be accurate is really incredible. Or for the aspects of being able to pull that in from a transcribed meeting, be able to provide updates before I arrive at a client meeting, that can really add more of that nuance, more, maybe even some emotional elements to connect better to a client. Those are the kind of things that are really changing the investment process. Now, in terms of the actual skills that we need, I think first and foremost is curiosity and the ability to adapt and learn, particularly right now. As everything is moving so quick, you need to be able to adapt and learn and be curious and start building and do that. That's the best way, I think, that you can really kind of get up to date with all of these things, is be interested. That's number one, especially right now. Next one is domain knowledge, domain expertise. There are, as much as, we need the technology skills as well, and the understanding of what is the underlying fundamentals of these large language models and all of these things, or the machine learning aspects. We need the financial domain knowledge if we really want to be able to kind of think holistically and be creative and be competitive with AI. We need to have a holistic understanding of finance. I think that a lot of people talk about prompt engineering as this kind of elusive skill that you have to do a deep understanding on all the different tips and techniques. I think a lot of it has to do with your domain knowledge, your ability to articulate a problem really well that requires that deep, robust financial expertise. So as much it is a skill, I think it's kind of an art as well. And then I think that obviously, as we mentioned, as it's been mentioned, because we're all using kind of coding more in our process, we really need to know what GPT is doing, what Claude is doing, what machine learning algorithm, why are they using that? So that explainability requires us to also be able to explain it. And I think that we are headed into this kind of more kind of scientific approach to investing there. And then lastly, I think that this is the most talked about one, but I think that it's actually that creativity. It's the critical thinking, but the creativity that comes from that critical thinking. So it's not necessarily what's right and what's wrong, but it's what's right and what's wrong for us in society's particular point in time. And so that's where that kind of critical thinking turns to creativity, which is fundamental, I think, to what we can do to differentiate ourselves from AI 10 years down the line, to really add the human element.
You're right, you're pointing out the importance of creativity. So also an important conclusion is that young graduates that want to work in the finance industry, my understanding is that they have to show some sort of basic understanding of coding, either with Python or with R. I've seen that the CFA has introduced a lot of skill programs and perhaps some certification programs, if I remember properly. So now we'll address a question to Dimitri. Dimitri, AI is a digital assistant. AI, let's have in mind, for example, ChatGPT. How can we, train it? Because students are using it, those professors are using it. So how can we train it to get the maximum educational benefits from it?
Thank you, George. Good afternoon to everybody. Let me start by thanking our non-tiring Vice Rector of Finance, our colleague Aris Amitas, for doing this every year for 4 consecutive years. Aris, thank you. It's a great pleasure to be here. And please also allow me to say particular thanks to 2 interns at the Cybernetics and Artificial Intelligence Lab that I am running. They are over here. And we are doing this for the students, Panos Xanthis and Paris Vlachos, that have helped me yesterday prepare, as Brian very eloquently put it, prepare a document to talk today. And this is the power of AI, the structured power of AI, that has explainability and gives creativity starting point, which is very critical. I'm starting off with some words I noted from the previous speakers, from Dimitri, not using AI to cheat, from Katerina, trial and error and creating value added, and from Brian, a lot of things. Using unstructured data, idea processing, customization for the customers, so provide them something that is will actually make their senses and feelings feel good. I did this for you, only for you, right? I understood you correctly, I think. Curiosity, which is the #1 thing, and I completely agree with that. Explainability and creativity. Now, Here's a statement. We don't train AI. AI comes at any point in time with fixed capabilities. They change over time, but at any point in time, ChatGPT, Claude, Gemini, Copilot come with fixed capabilities. So we don't train AI, we train ourselves. And that's a critical issue. What determines educational success is how systematically we structure our interactions with AI. And for this, we need to create our own good scientific rules. And at our lab, we have developed a framework, the Unified Human AI Framework, UHACF, which is a rigorous methodology integrating classical philosophy with cutting-edge cognitive science. And that helps us put everything that the previous speakers have said into very good perspectives. And I'm addressing mostly the students, but anybody that wants to use AI effectively can reach out to this framework and use it. Let me give you examples very quickly. Pillars of effective AI education, if you wish. Number one, know your AI's mind. Use Aristotelian complementarity. Sounds out of place, but it's not, because if you remember from your earlier studies, we can differentiate between episteme and techne, arts and sciences, right? And in some aspects, AI excels, for example, pattern recognition, computation, and information processing. And in other aspects, techne is superior. For example, context. That's a very important thing when using AI, to remember the context that you're working on. Ethics, judgment, and the application of things. Now, think about that. If you start from this specific differentiation, then you can proceed in steps and create a toolkit. For example, there are like SMART aims. Think about these acronyms. S from SMART, right? Exact task and format. You have to be exact, and you have to use a format that actually maintains the run of the chat with AI. Modular. Break complexity into steps. You cannot use, unless you have a very well-trained program, a very big prompt, because you might not get the results and the verbosity that you want. Anchor. Provide grounding data. You need to give information that creates this customization that Brian very eloquently said. Remove noise. Answers that you get are not noise-free. They might have noise and might not be what you are looking for. And finally, T-testable. You have to have validation. Large language models are probabilistic models. You give them a prompt, you get an answer. Next day, you give the same prompt, you will get a different answer. Therefore, you need to have validation methods. We construct the validation framework based on a previous protocol, which is AI in research protocol, so that we can explicitly have some form of understanding of the validation of the prompts that we give. For example, let's think about it. For all outputs, logical consistency and remove obvious errors. For important work that we do, cross-reference the sources, because sometimes we get sources that are completely fictional. And methodological soundness. You need to impose the methodological soundness in your prompts and on your interactions. And in critical decisions, you need an independent critical review. You need an expert. You need peer reviewing. I'm sure that somebody that works in the industry will not just take something that AI created and just give it out there. They are going to, it's a critical decision, to have an independent expert review. Another pillar. We are learning. We are not just extracting information. Therefore, think about your prompts. Give one prompt, you get one answer. Well, maybe you should specify hypotheses as prompts before you even enter the process of writing things down in your computer. Use different requests. Ask questions. Develop understanding. Interact. Demand counter-arguments. It's the same thing as if you are talking with a colleague, right? And then synthesize. That's the greatest ability that we can have when using AI, to synthesize all the previous concepts. And therefore, this impacts education in general, the way that we learn, and most important, the way that we train. Therefore, before even embarking in any aspect of using AI, you need to follow some rules. And we've heard enough information from the previous speaker that just makes sense that some of these rules are very important in practical applications.
Thank you, Dimitri. I have created a chat GPT for one of my courses. and I've been training it for about 6 months, but I'm still reluctant to introduce it live to a class because I don't like some of the answers that the chat GPT provides. So Dimitris is right. There has to be some, interaction with AI in order to make it a useful educational tool. Now, because we are running out of time, and there is also another session. Yeah, in order to, now it's quarter to 15 minutes. Right. I had prepared a second question for each panelist and a general question, so probably I will skip the second question to save time. Katarina, you mentioned something about financial literacy that you would like to comment on. So,
first of all, I would like to comment on what does that mean, financial literacy? For whom is it important? To whom are we talking? So maybe it's for students you are expecting what your educators should bring to you so that you are able to understand how a model can be used and so on and so on. But there's more, and we need to understand how to bring in more people, because AI is not only used in terms of or within a university. We want to use this for business application. And therefore, we have to talk about digital literacy, financial educational literacy. How can we bring this to the broader society? And in this regard, what I would recommend, there are two things. Number one, let's first start with a definition. What do we think is a term about? Because when I talk to someone from the technical department, he or she thinks like whatever. May I get to your point? You said something about noise, yeah? Reduce the noise. So what is the noise about? Is an economist thinking about the same thing as someone from the IT department is thinking, what noise is related to? And so you see, and this is very important for my understanding, because we will work more and more in interdisciplinary teams. First, please define the terms. Understand where are we, what is our common ground. From that on, we can build and we can start to discuss. If we don't have a common ground, we will hear a lot of really brilliant, nice talks, but we will not really connect with each other because we cannot understand. And how can we then increase the educational part in this regard? So therefore, that would be my first recommendation. And now I have forgotten my second one because I was just thinking about how important this is. But I also would like to say something, what I've observed here. I would like to invite especially the female students here to be visible in FinTech. May I said, you said this early morning, FinTech. Two men, and I will not, blame any man because I love them, yeah. So, but don't get me wrong. But FinTech addressed to two men is for me a no-go because 50% of the worldwide population is not being seen. And ladies, please be so kind, stand up and be one, either the one side or the other side. But FinTech is also us. And this is what we need to demonstrate. This kind of panel and all the others is not the representative kind of population. So I would like to see you, next time I'm coming, more here on the panel, because we are part of the FinTech world. Thank you.
Thank you, Katarina. That was a great statement. We all agree. Brian, I have prepared a general and a specific question. I'll go to the specific question again, because we are, we really like CFA here at the University of Athens. I'm sure you've seen some empirical papers that show that ChatGPT is able to pass exams, not in CFA, but mainly in accounting, ACCA, with a success rate of more than 90%. So that troubles me about how things will evolve and how that will affect financial analysts. So how the CFA Institute currently incorporates AI and fintech into the certification framework, and also takes into the account that ChatGPT currently and in 5 years from now will be an expert on any financial analysis. I mean, it can do equity valuation, complicated equity valuation within 60 seconds.
All right, big question. All right, so first off, going back to what I said before, what you do learn in the CFA program is a holistic understanding of finance. That's one of the kind of key aspects, is that I'll be able to talk about some other aspect. I'm not an expert in it, it's not my domain, but I can relate to somebody else. And in order to pass all 3 levels of the CFA exam, by level 3, you really have to know holistically what it is that you're talking about. So one question might be in derivatives, but you have to know all these other aspects of the curriculum to be able to answer that one question. So that holistic understanding, in my opinion, is the most important aspect for the other aspect, which is creativity. And again, to differentiate ourselves from AI, we need that creativity. We need all of this interdisciplinary subjects that we talk about, but because that's what really helps our brains trigger and think about things that could possibly happen, but we don't have it yet. And I think we're headed into a much more kind of mean reversion society with AI. So we need that creativity. So that's just one thing. Even if we do kind of get to a point where it can pass, we still need people to be able to think creatively. Now, in terms of what we're doing at CFA Institute, we have kind of 2 things that, 2 aspects of it. So we have the kind of the inside the curriculum that we're working on it, and then outside. So inside, within the CFA curriculum, we are integrating Python, AI, machine learning within the program at every level. So level 1, you have practical skills modules, and we're focusing on actual skills, things that are gonna get you desk ready. So the first one is Python fundamentals. You need that. On level 2, also financial modeling is another one. On level 2, you do dive into more advanced Python fundamentals as well as AI machine learning. And these are actual case studies. These are actual code that goes along with that. Now, you don't have to actually, you don't get tested on this, but every charter holder has to have gone through and done these modules. I do not doubt that, maybe sometime in the future we are headed that way where you actually do get tested on that, but we're not doing that right now. Now, outside of the curriculum, there are kind of 2 ways. So we have more challenges. We have more AI kind of things that we're trying to do with AI. So for one, AI is really good at making synthetic data. So I think that we're headed to educate people more with simulation, and AI is enabling that from the standpoint of synthetic data. So we just partnered with a company called Amplify Me to put on a challenge for students that makes students kind of in real time come up with investment decisions based off of synthetic economic data, and they compete for that, and then ultimately, they go on a global scale for that competition. So more of these types of challenges for students, I think, is where we're headed. And then on the other side, what I am spearheading at CFA Institute is an open source community for investment professionals and data scientists to kind of contribute in a global manner to the problems that are affecting the investment industry. I think that AI is the perfect example of how open source has enabled some incredible human feats of strength, because it all started with the open source community. So I know that the finance industry is not, super on board with sharing everything, but we need to be on board with sharing things and sharing our knowledge that we have in order for us to compete with the computer science industry, but also from AI going forward. So those are kind of the main ways that we're incorporating AI.
Thank you, Brian. Yes, it's true. I mean, investment decisions are not mechanical. Typically, when we teach finance, we demonstrate the net present value rule, which is a mechanical rule. But in reality, people take investment decisions based on creativity, instinct, and a broader understanding of the economy. So I think this is what I've seen it through the curriculum of CFA, that this is what they are trying to cultivate, and I think this is important for the next generation of finance professionals. Dimitri, the professor of accounting, Dimitri. The good one, not the econometrician. Right. So I will address you the general question that I have prepared. So looking ahead, what do you see as the biggest opportunity and, of course, the biggest risk of integrating AI into financial literacy and education?
Thank you, Giorgio. I will develop the components, actually, that artificial intelligence-driven financial literacy can provide to us. So first of all, it can personalize our financial education. So one of the things that artificial intelligence is doing is it tailors learning content based on a user's financial knowledge, behavior, and goals. So if we are well educated on financial literacy, then the help that we will receive will be less. But if we are not well educated, then the help that we can receive will be more. Also, there are tools regarding the conversational agents, which provides real-time guidance and financial coaching. So this is something that will help us also very much. Number three, it has a predictive analytics tools, which helps the users to forecast outcomes from the financial choices. Number four advantage that artificial intelligence-driven financial literacy can provide to us is to the gamification with artificial intelligence, which is adaptive simulations and quizzes, which enhance engagement and reflection. And number five, it can be the natural language processing, which enables the users to make Q&As and, of course, to come with answers on this. So, as we can see, there are things that we can take out of this environment, out of the artificial intelligence. Every individual can use those tools in order to become better and to make sure that the decisions that will become out of this will be with the highest possibility of certainty rather than without those tools. I don't know, George.
Dimitri, for the interesting comments. And one last question to the other Dimitri, the econometrics professor. So, Dimitri, I'm going back to AI in education. How does AI redefines and reshapes the way we transfer knowledge and the way students can enhance their method of study? I think we should focus on the second part, because there are students here, and most of them, if not all of them, they are currently using applications such as ChatGPT. So what are your proposals in order to make this a useful educational process?
Thank you, George. Again, I'm taking cue from two of the other speakers, Brian and Dimitris. Both of them talked about learning, and especially Brian talked about holistic learning, which means that the approach that we take in the classroom in teaching, which is the knowledge transfer, but most importantly for you guys out there, study methods, it's very critical to understand how to do this right, the study methods. Now, we don't have information scarcity. We have a lot of information. We have abundance of information. But we need to move from the traditional educational approach that rests a lot on memorization to something that we can call metacognition, which is beyond the understanding that you have, because now you have the ability to share not just knowledge, but methods. Like traditional education asks the question, what do you know? The AI enhanced education can ask, how do you think? How do you validate the prompts that you give, and how do you synthesize the final product? That's a revolution. It's similar to the impact that the printing press had. And the younger generation and the new students are now going to experience this. Now, let's give examples. One aspect is the temporal dimension. One dimension actually is the temporal dimension. We can move from fixed-pace learning to adaptive flow. In the classroom, in the old times, you have to adapt to the average student speed. And fast learners wait, slow learners fall behind. Now, we can do things in real time. But we have to mention that AI has to be trained right, and you have to follow specific rules so that you don't get problems with your answers in real time in the class. So assuming that the previous things that I've said apply, now you can do more things. You want more examples? You can get more examples. You don't have to wait for me to provide examples in the classroom. You have mastered the material quickly, I can give you additional complexity. I just can give you the prompts, and then you can go and figure it out. The students can figure it out on their own. And thus is true personalization at scale that Brian talked before about customization. So customization applies to the classroom too. And we are also moving on a different aspect of the study methods from passive reception to active synthesis. That's very critical for students to understand. Now, before I had to get into the classroom, teach, and after I taught, then you needed to receive this and then figure out how to process it. Now we can go a step further. So there's the death of passive learning. You can compare study methods and figure this out. You read a chapter in the past. You read a chapter in a book, you highlight the book, you review your notes, you go to the exam. Now you can do a lot of things, and you can do it concisely and in the right way. You can generate questions before reading. You can even ask the professor to generate these questions for you. You can have requests. Teach me this, show me this. This is what the professor said. Can you give me counterexamples? You can practice. There is no excuse now, oh, we didn't have enough practice exams and the material was difficult. No. No one can say this, neither us nor the students. And therefore, there is an active transformation that is going on. And finally, the assessment of the quality of studies now can go through AI. And the students can actually evaluate us on the material and the prompts that we provide them. So given the whole unifying framework, there's a huge change that is happening, and that increases the metacognitive awareness of the students.
You, Dimitri, I think these tools are undoubtedly extremely powerful, but since we have many students here, I would like to urge them to visit the library of our department, which is, we have a fantastic library, which unfortunately has been empty since the pandemic. So this is a very serious issue, not only at the University of Athens, but also in other universities. So yes, use the new tools, but you also need to use the traditional tools, which is, get a book, read the book, and keep notes. I think this is something that should be done along with the new technologies that students have access to. I don't know if any of the panelists would like to make a final comment or statement.
Professor Dotsis has said something that's very critical, which is access to traditional knowledge. We are not espousing a change in the way that we use traditional knowledge and the use of books. Critically, you have to read books, and we read books, and we keep reading them books. Maybe we read them in our phone or in our tablet, but we do read them. But you have to go beyond that, because having access to traditional knowledge means you can extend it using the right tools. You can actually prepare your own book by synthesizing previous knowledge, which is accurate from a book. You get Professor Dotsis' book, and then you can use it to synthesize your own notes. Make a nice cover, which is what we did yesterday at the lab for the short paper that we have written with my interns, and then have it ready. And this is going to be your personalized, traditionally blended approach using AI. So yes, use the library. Yes, do not stay in the library only. Thank you, George.
One remark on this, what I say to my students is to have an access to the Financial Times and follow the news of what happens on the world of business. This is a very good way to increase your knowledge, to follow what's going out there, and of course, to improve yourselves continuously. So my advice to all of you, if you can, have an access to the Financial Times, and you will find yourself in a much better position.
if you offering me the mic, so I can't withstand. We heard many times during the day that critical thinking is of utmost importance, and that probably the use is not that much in that kind of critical thinking. I don't think so. I guess we, as the older ones, train you not to ask in a critical way. And I would like to ask you, as the youth, to overcome this. Be a bit more, let's say, radical or disruptive, as the new term in terms of financial aspects. Be disruptive and challenge us as your lecturers. Thank you so much.
Last comment. I mean, I was just going to comment on the whole traditional learning method. One of the things that I used to do with CFA learning, how I learned the CFA program, is I would basically do a reading. I would write flashcards after pretty much every passage, because if you're working full time and you have to do that, you need to study whenever you have a chance. And that's what I like about the new AI, because now I can literally read a passage, I can recite what I remembered from that passage, I can have this entire conversation transcribed, and then it can point out the gaps in my knowledge, and then I go to Notebook LM, and then I upload my entire transcript, and I get myself flashcards. And that efficiency of doing these things, and not only it can just keep reinforcing my gaps, my knowledge, and I think that's that kind of blend with traditional learning and
traditional like me. So I would like to thank you all for this very interesting conversation, and I hope that you, Katerina and Brian, you enjoy your rest of the time in Athens. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would like to ask Professor Dimitris Kenourios from National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, as he will be the moderator in a panel about lifelong learning for AI. The panelists will be Professor Paris Chrysos from National and Kapodistrian University of Athens, Natasha Nzoglou, Head of ISV Cells AWS Central Eastern Europe, and Professor Spiros Papathanasiou from National and Kapodistrian University of Athens.
Okay, thank you very much. This is the last panel, so I would like to have your tolerance for for a few minutes, half an hour. So, okay, the theme of this session is lifelong learning for all, building inclusive pathways in AI and FinTech. We have three distinguished panelists. I will start with a lady, Natasha Nzoglou. Natasha is senior head, of ISV Sales and Amazon Web Services, Central Eastern Europe. Spiros Papathanasiou is my colleague, is associate professor of finance in the Department of Economics at National Kapodistrian University of Athens. And Paris Chrysos, Paris, you are there. Paris Chrysos, assistant professor in innovation and technology. Paris? Okay. So, as economists transition toward a full digital paradigm, the demand for agile, adaptive, and tech-oriented skill sets has never been more critical, yet education systems and training programs are struggling to keep pace, despite significant processes and developments, particularly in higher education. Higher education adopting continuously FinTech program in their curricula, the global supply of digital skills still falls short of industry needs. Disparities are especially stark in less developed and transitioning economies where access to educational resources and digital infrastructure remains uneven. So within this context, I welcome the three speakers, panelists, and I will start with Natasha. Natasha, my first question is the following. Since in a world where fintech increasingly relies on cloud infrastructure and agile go-to-market models, it is essential to understand how industry collaboration and technology-driven sales strategies can unlock inclusive growth and digital literacy, especially in regions undergoing rapid transformation. My question, Natasha, for you is how can cloud-based platforms widen access to AI and fintech education for underrepresented groups and smaller economies, especially in Southeastern Europe?
Thank you for the question. I think the cloud platforms are playing a very crucial role in democratizing access to AI and fintech education, and we're seeing concrete evidence of this impact in our region. There is a recent research called Unlocking Greece Potential in AI that shows that AI could add 18.6 billion to the Greek economy by 2035. But to realize this potential, we need to address specific challenges. First, the infrastructure accessibility. This is particularly significant as the study shows that 79% of Greek organizations consider cost as the major barrier to AI adoption. So the cloud platforms can democratize access by allowing institutions to deploy sophisticated learning environments at just a fraction of the traditional cost. Second, probably you have all heard it, there is a skills gap, right? The research shows that 76% of Greek organizations identify a lack of AI skills as a significant barrier for this AI adoption. Through programs like the AWS Academy and AWS Educate, AWS is providing, for example, free resources to educational institutions and students, helping build the technical talent pool that the region needs. Third, though, how do you then develop this workforce? Because the study projects that AI could create up to 390,000 new jobs in Greece by 2035. But this is only if we invest the right skills and training right now. So in AWS, we are focusing on workforce development through initiatives like our commitment to train 31 million people and counting globally in cloud computing and AI skills. And this includes partnerships, of course, with the local governments and institutions to create targeting training programs that address specific regional needs. Now, what's particularly exciting with these platforms is that students, women plus, minority groups can access the same tools that are used by major banks and fintech companies, creating a direct pathway from education to employment in high-growth sectors. And this is why I believe we live in truly exciting times.
Thank you very much, Natasha, for your thoughts. We'll proceed now to Spiros Papathanasiou. Spiros, we're all aware that as financial systems evolve through AI-driven innovation, it is essential in understanding how these changes impact economic structures, investment strategies, and financial inclusion. My question for you is how can fintech innovations be harnessed to enhance financial literacy and promote inclusive education, ensuring individuals from diverse backgrounds can actively participate in the digital economy?
Thank you, Dimitris. First of all, I want to thank Aris for the invitation. Thank you, Dimitris, for the question. It goes to the heart of what we call the inclusive fintech really means. You know, financial innovation can be powerful enablers of financial literacy and inclusion, but only when we design them with education and accessibility in mind.
So I will highlight three key pathways. First of all, embedding education into directly in digital financial tools, apps, financial platforms can integrate micro-learning modules, gamified tutorials, and real-time guidance. For example, explaining budgeting, explain savings or credit scores, or as users engage. In a way, every transaction becomes a learning moment. Secondly, using data and AI for personalized learning and inclusion. Fintech can analyze behavior to tailor-made educational content, and recommend suitable products for underserved populations, migrants, young people, or low-income users. AI can create adaptive learning paths and build confidence and digital literacy progressively. The third one is building partnerships between fintechs, companies, university, and public institutions. To scale impact, we need ecosystems. I repeat, ecosystems, where fintech companies collaborate with educators, regulators, NGOs to deliver accessible financial education, even in remote communities. So, inclusive education is not just about teaching how to use app. This is easy. It's about empowering people to participate critically and confidently in the digital economy. In Greece and across Europe, where digital transformation is accelerating, embedding lifelong learning in fintech design can help people to bridge the generational and regional devices. My quote, my motto is fintech should not only democratize access to finance, it should democratize understanding. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Spiro. Going to Paris. Paris, we all know that I will make a question to you focusing on Greece. Greece has entered a trajectory of growth after a period of recession. There is search for new productive models that take into account the current developments in a range of sectors, including AI and fintech. Therefore, there is a discussion here in Greece about the opportunities and challenges of developing and disseminating relevant expertise in Greece. A discussion in universities, businesses, professionals, and sectors. My question is, what are the challenges for a country like Greece to develop and diffuse the necessary skills for AI and fintech?
Thank you very much, Dimitris. Thank you, Mr. Vice Rector, for the invitation. And thank you all for being still here. It's been a wonderful day, very fruitful and very informative. So to reply to your question, I will start by a paradox in Greece. The first is that, well, we have a surprisingly good sector of universities that during the crisis you mentioned proved that they are resistant, that they are sustainable, that universities were the ones that managed to be not only overcome the crisis but be reinforced from it. So I think that's one point. No, no. Okay. Sorry for that. And by that, there's also a production of knowledge in universities by research and within the classroom. At the same time, Greece is one of the countries that are constantly a little bit behind in terms of skills in a variety of sectors. And that's also the question for AI and fintech today. So, and at the same time, there's the brain drain. So people skillful that exit universities, skillful talents often go still abroad. And I think the question is how universities will be able to help to reinforce what Spiros also mentioned earlier about ecosystems, because skills are about how knowledge comes to action, how knowledge comes to practice. And this has to do with a specific context and the specific environment. So the speaker from Google earlier talked about the importance of basic knowledge, because the skills required constantly change. So there's this tension between knowledge production and skills. And I think a key issue is the culture of SMEs in Greece. So SMEs, many have talked about the merits of an SME economy, but there's an issue about skilling and upskilling, reskilling the workforce. So in countries dominated by large enterprises, it's the companies that undertake the training. Some companies in France, for instance, like Orange, they have an internal market of training because they have thousands of workers. Of course, that's something a small enterprise cannot afford. But I think it's, for me as a management scholar, it's also a research question, how to reproduce similar conditions for upskilling in a very radically different structure of economy. And I think to conclude this answer is we have to step on what we know to answer what we don't know. I think students can play a crucial role in that. For instance, my recent book was about CubeSats, and it's a technological revolution that started by students wanted to get into the space industry. And finally, I would like to refer to what you referred in your earlier speak about micro-credentials. The NKUA, for instance, participates in the CIVIS Alliance, which is an international alliance within which we have micro-credentials. Two professors from my department already contribute to that. So there are institutional tools we can use, but the thing is how to inspire the business environment to engage and to participate in this process.
Mas Paris, I think one problem with this is the coordination between academia, businesses. Okay, Natasha, going back to you. Based on your expertise, how can cloud-based learning platforms be leveraged to democratize access to fintech and AI education, especially in regions with limited infrastructure?
Thank you for the question. The cloud-based learning platforms are transforming nowadays the access to technical education in several impactful ways. So, first of all, they're location agnostic, right? So, as long as there is a very basic internet connectivity, the students can access world-class educational resources and hands-on labs. And this is particularly powerful in regions where physical technical infrastructure might be limited. Second, there is a pay-as-you-go model for the cloud services. That means that every educational institution can scale their resources based on the actual usage and needs that they have. So, for example, a university can provide students with AI training environments that would typically require significant hardware investments, but only pay for the compute time that they actually use, and not for more. And we are also seeing very innovative approaches to bandwidth limitations, because many of our educational partners are using hybrid models where heavy computational tasks happen in the cloud, while theoretical learning can be done offline or with minimal connectivity. And here I can also share like a personal experience. 8 years ago, I did some volunteering work in public schools in Manila, in the Philippines. And teachers, of course, there could not count on internet connectivity. So they always had offline presentations, documents, and tools available. So the key is to create a sustainable model that works with the local constraints while still providing those access to cutting-edge technology that anyone could have. So this might mean developing sometimes offline-first applications, or optimizing for mobile devices and not for laptops, or creating regional hubs where resources can be shared across multiple institutions, multiple schools, multiple universities. And this way, AI becomes more culturally aware and adaptive to the local contexts.
Thank you very much, Natasha, for your very thoughtful response on this question. Now, going back to Spiros. Spiros, you have a profile that combines financial education and financial sector, since your previous career was selling financial products, shares, as a trader. So my question is, how can financial education evolve to prepare citizens not just to use digital tools, but to critically evaluate financial products and make informed decisions?
Dimitris, thanks again for the question. This question goes beyond technology. It's about empowerment and agency in the digital economy. Financial education must now evolve from people how to use digital tools to helping understand and question what stands behind those tools. The risk, the incentives, the bias in the financial products and algorithms. So I would highlight 4 key shifts. The first one, from functional literacy to critical literacy. It's not enough for everyone, for the citizen, to know how to use a banking app or, as Dimitris said, AI-powered investment platform. It's about they need to understand why a product is offered, how it makes money, and what risk or data implications it carries. Second, embedding a real-world simulation and experiential learning. This means education programs should use simulators and gamified exercise that allow learners to practice decision-making, seeing the consequences of investment, choices, or every digital scams in a safe space. So we talk about simulations. The third one is interdisciplinary teach. Everybody fits. Teaching finance, myths, ethics. I repeat again, ethics and data literacy. So we need to integrate AI, ethics, data protections, and behavior finance and neurofinance into financial education. So we have to understand the psychology, the rational approach of decision-making. This is as vital as understanding maths. This is crucial.
The fourth one is public-private collaboration for accessible and lifelong learning. So, fintech companies, regulators, as universities should co-development open access programs, courses in local languages with transparent content that builds trust and inclusion. Think about two words, trust and inclusion, especially for digitally inexperienced population. So the goal is to create citizens who are not passive users of digital finance, but active, informed participants, people who can navigate complexity and hold institutions accountable. My motto is that financial literacy in the age of artificial intelligence is not just about access. It's about awareness, agency, and critical thinking. Thank you.
Thank you, Spiros. Now, Paris, new developments are shaping a different relationship with knowledge and its acquisition, as well as new types of doing business. This opens up a discussion about updating pedagogical and educational methods in the direction of acquiring new skills. My question for you is, what pedagogical methods are most effective for teaching AI literacy and financial technology concepts to non-technical learners?
Thank you very much, Dimitris. So as you already said, we witness a radical, more or less a radical change in practices, and so there's a necessity to articulate theories with practices in the contemporary field, and how to help co-evolve theories and practices. So I think when we talk about AI, a basic something that many speakers said before is about ideation and how, for instance, AI can help ideation. So theory, because I happen to have an experience on teaching design thinking methods, and which is an important part of innovation. So from an ideation standpoint, you can easily, for instance, see that AI chatbots often propose very trivial solutions, very common ground solutions. So in relationship with what you were earlier saying in the previous talk about critical thinking, I think that combining theory with practice can help students to have a critical approach about using AI, and thus being able to control what they are doing and exiting the realm of copy-paste and simple adoption and simple trust. So that said, I mean, a new articulation of theory and practice, then you can have models, pedagogical models that, for me, it's important to engage students and as participants in a living process of the course, of the class, of the seminar. So for me, the co-creation can be much more engaging. So another colleague was talking earlier about the absence of students from the libraries. That can be observed more generally, the absence of students from universities as compared to the pre-pandemic era. So I think rendering the classroom a place of a collective learning experience through mind-stimulating challenges instead of exercises that are more or less predictable. So more creative tasks that engage students as active participants can have a vivid interaction with new practices and can open the discussion for existing theories and for new theories. That means articulating research results with actual skills and actual tasks, which have to be, in their turn, linked to what some enterprises, and I say some enterprises in the sense the more advanced enterprises, the enterprises that pay attention to research face. So contemporary challenges articulate contemporary edge challenges with contemporary practices and current research to redefine the relationship with theory and practice in this setting.
Very much, Paris. I have to admit that we heard a lot of interesting thoughts from all three speakers. As we have time for one more common question, a quick response, please, for all of you. In your opinion, what is the single most important factor that can make lifelong learning in AI and FinTech truly inclusive and accessible not only to specialists, but to every citizen who wants to adapt and thrive in the current digital area? Natasha, please.
Thank you. I think that the single most important factor is democratizing access to AI and FinTech education by systematically removing barriers to entry, whether these barriers are financial, technical, cultural, or educational. And the evidence shows that to make the technology education truly inclusive, we have to address these barriers simultaneously. So first of all, financial barriers, right? What we discussed before, removing cost as a barrier to access. It has, for example, been demonstrated by AWS's collaboration with Fast AI that was able to provide 205,000 credits to students globally. Second, the technical barriers, so creating user-friendly interfaces and tools that don't require deep technical experience and software engineering knowledge to get started. Three, educational barriers. Provide flexible and on-demand learning that accommodates working adults, parents, and remote learners. And four, the cultural barriers, because true inclusivity means designing for learners of all abilities and backgrounds from the start. That includes accessibility features for users with disabilities, multiple learning modalities like visual, auditory, and hands-on, cultural sensitivity that we discussed before, and language considerations, flexible delivery methods that accommodate the different life circumstances. So when we democratize access to AI and FinTech knowledge through comprehensive barrier removal, we enable every citizen to participate and benefit from the digital transformation, regardless of their starting point or background. And I have a very quick 1-minute story to share, if you allow me, Dimitri. Because the last 2 years, I have been an ambassador and volunteer at AWS Get IT program. This is basically a program where we go to schools to encourage 12 to 14-year-old students to try out STEM, so science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. It's a little bit what Catherine was mentioning before. So I don't know, anyone has talked to a big audience of 12 years old? And can you raise hands, 12 years old? Yeah, okay, yeah, so it's not easy, you know, like I actually started to get their attention where I told them I wrote a crime novel, as we were discussing, Dimitris, called Murder at the Terrace. But once we established a connection, you know, I was so much blown away of how smart our students are. I don't know, we don't realize because we compare it to ourselves at that age. And for sure, I was not as smart as these students when I was 12 years old. Their answer on what is technology, what is AI, what is cloud, who works there, have been amazing. It's better how we describe them in the industry. So I think we owe to give to these students the access to tools like AI in a very responsible, democratized, ethical, and inclusive way.
Same question for you, Spiros.
Same. Okay, thank you. In my view, the single most important factor for making lifelong learning in AI and fintech truly inclusive and accessible is digital literacy. Only with a strong emphasis on critical thinking. Critical thinking. Do you think access to technology alone is enough? No, it's not enough. People need to understand how this system works, what are their limitations, and how they affect society. By fostering digital literacy from early education, Natasha said before, from early education through adulthood, we empower all citizens, not just specialists, to engage confident with artificial intelligence and financial technologies. This also helps build trust, reduce inequality, and ensure that innovation serves the public good rather than widening existing gaps. Thank you.
Thank you, Spiros. Paris?
Thank you. So it's a difficult question, and just, two remarks before I say what I guess as an answer. The first one is that know-how takes time. So if you see, for instance, what happens in a different industry, in the semiconductor industry in the United States, for instance, they have made large amounts of investments in building new factories, etc., and it takes time to get the labor, the skilled labor needed to get at the level. So it's about medium to long range strategical issues, about the question of having the skills necessary for AI and fintechs, because it takes time for people to learn. So my guess would be that so it's a market with many different solutions for upskilling and reskilling, but my guess is that the expansion of academic community can become a decisive factor in this area as well, in the sense that people, at least for sure in Greece, have already a trust to the Greek university, and the Greek university can become a platform for the redefinition of skills in these two combined sectors, and that could be a winning case in my view.
Thank you very much for all of you for your presence. Thank you for being here with us. We have the second day now in Karadzias building, National Bank of Greece. Thank you very much for your presence.
Thank you all. Now, if you want, you can join us to a guided tour to the University of Athens. We will gather in the green room. Thank you.